welcome to the October 1st, 2024 meeting of the Greensboro City Council. We are going to start today's meeting with a closed session. Mrs. Abuzawaiter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the City Council adjourn to a closed session to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, and fitness of a prospective public officer, and to establish the amount of compensation and other material terms of a proposed employment contract.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Holston. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. We will return at 5:30.
Good morning. My name is Captain Tunstall. I am the commanding officer of the Greensboro Police Department's Training Division. On behalf of the Greensboro Police Department, I would like to welcome you to the graduation for the 116th Police Academy. I ask that each of you rise as the recruits from the 116th Police Academy enter the auditorium, led by the Greensboro Police Department's training staff. Please remain standing as the Greensboro Police Department's Honor Guard presents our national colors, and Mrs. Ashley Lowe honors us by singing the national anthem. It is the protocol of the Greensboro Police Department that members of our agency place their right hand over their heart at the order, "Present Arms," and we would be honored if you would join us in doing the same.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Mrs. Lowe. I will ask Police Chaplain Steve Good to offer the invocation.
Will you enter into a time of prayer and meditation with me? Heavenly Father, we come to you today grateful and thankful for each one of these officers and for the dedication to training and preparation they have demonstrated. We celebrate their accomplishments and fortitude for choosing this calling to law enforcement. God, keep each of these officers safe. Build a fortress of protection around them. Go behind them and before them, and keep your hand upon them, guarding them against troubles of all kinds that they will inevitably encounter, and thwart the plans to anyone who would seek to do harm to them, and teach them to take refuge in you. May each of these officers draw upon the excellent officer survival training provided by the Greensboro Police Department Training Division and always remain safe in the face of uncertainty and danger. And Lord, grant our officers an extra measure of wisdom and discernment. Help them pay attention, see clearly, think rationally, and judge rightly. Keep them alert to danger and safeguard them against deception. Grant each of these officers a long, productive life, Lord, both in terms of time on this earth and years of service at the Greensboro Police Department. May they do their work heartily as they serve their fellow citizens. Bless us with police officers who walk with integrity. O Lord, instill in them a deep longing for justice and protect them from all corrupting influences they will continually be surrounded by, and guard them against duplicity and moral compromise. God, give our officers courage in the face of danger. Make them bold and decisive. Teach them to overcome their fears by wholly trusting in you, and help them to do the right thing even when they do not feel very brave doing it. And Father, give our Greensboro Police Department officers patient endurance. Let them not lose heart in doing good. Renew their strength that they might run and not grow weary, and walk and not faint, and give them fortitude and staying power to teach them to cast all their cares upon you. And for each of the families and dear friends represented today, I pray that they would support, encourage, and have a real new level of understanding as they face a new way of life as the family members of a police officer. For the FTOs who will ride with these officers, I ask for wisdom, safety, and a whole heaping divine sense of patience as these police officers apply all that they have learned from the police academy. And I am so grateful to the Greensboro Police Department Training Division, who represent one of the most elite and dedicated organizations in the United States, and I thank them for how they have influenced my life and choices personally over the past 40 years. We sincerely pray these things in your holy and precious name on this 23rd day of September. Amen.
Please be seated. A police officer will face numerous challenges throughout their career, and no one can do this job alone. To be successful, it is essential to have the support of family and friends. It is through your support that these 30 recruits have made it through this academy, and we thank you. Now, please allow me to take a moment to introduce our training division staff. These dedicated individuals are committed to the success of our organization through the development and education of its personnel. This staff works tirelessly on numerous projects and programs while providing unwavering support to these recruits as well as our sworn and professional staff. They are truly a team of professionals with whom I am proud to be associated. Lieutenant Larry Patterson, Sergeant Jason Lowe, Corporal Chandler Miller, Officer Dan Harris, Officer Catherine Branson, Ms. Michelle Hebert. Please join me in giving these individuals a well-deserved round of applause. Thank you to the awesome staff that I am privileged to serve with. I would also like to thank the members of the Greensboro Fire Department who are in attendance today. We share the training facility with them and are grateful for their support and camaraderie. These individuals are selfless and they do a great job at not only what they do, but do a great job at helping us. Just please join me in giving them a round of applause. Historically, the Greensboro Police Department presents several special awards during the Academy graduation. Today, we honor members of the 116th Police Academy who have distinguished themselves. I call upon Police Academy School Director, Sergeant Jason Lowe, and the Training Division staff to present the awards.
All right, during the academy, the students are given 40 topical areas of instruction ranging from constitutional law to driver's training to mental health awareness. Every student must pass each block of instruction while also preparing for the comprehensive state exam at the end of the course. The amount of studying required is demanding both physically and mentally as more material is presented over the course of delivery. During each class, we have one student who separates themselves academically by achieving the highest overall average during the academy. For the 116th Academy, this student finished with an overall average of 96.7, and the training staff is pleased to present the award for the highest academic average to recruit A.G. Marshall. All right, next is the Captain Dan Moore Memorial Physical Fitness Award. Each student is required to pass a physical fitness standard as set by the state of North Carolina. Everyone here on stage took the challenge on and successfully passed this test. Just as with the academic award, every student is tasked with meeting these physical goals as the academy proceeds, but there are always students who far exceed our standards. For the 116th Academy, one student entered the Academy in excellent physical shape. They continued their hard work and was a top performer in our physical fitness assessment. As I mentioned, this award's named after Dan Moore. In honor of him, Captain Dan Moore began his career with the Greensboro Fire Department in 1997 before joining the 77th PBIC in the year 2000. During his 25-year career in public safety, Dan excelled in every aspect of professions, from tactical operations and undercover work to training and coaching. A key consistency in Captain Moore's routine was daily, imaginative, rigorous exercise and physical training. He could regularly be found in any one of the police gyms or pounding the pavement early in the morning or late at night, preparing for his day to come. Captain Moore also regularly joined the planned runs with whichever PBIC was in session, generally as the highest ranking and oldest officer in the runs, typically leading the formation. Up until his cancer diagnosis and untimely death in late 2021, Dan always led the way, and his infectious spirit lives on with many in our agency. Each academy class recognizes its recruit with the most impressive overall physical fitness standards throughout the program. For the 116th Academy, I'm proud to present the Captain Dan Moore Memorial Physical Fitness Award to recruit Jay Razzo. Firearms Award is presented by our firearms instructors to the student who displays excellent marksmanship skills. In addition to this award, each student is eligible for an individual award for scoring 98% or higher during their qualification course. The recruits that reach this level of proficiency are recruit Lemons, Smith, Stevens, Eder, Harper, Hill, and Razzo. Over the 2 weeks of firearms training, students are taken from basic firearm terminology to a state-required combat course where accuracy and weapon control is tested under stress. Students range from never having fired a weapon to being well-versed in firearm use. One student was chosen from this class based on their firearms qualification scores and their overall firearms course performance. The recipient of the Firearms Award for the 116th Police Academy is recruit P.S. Smith. All right, SCAT is the acronym for Subject Control and Arrest Techniques, is the course that incorporates what you may better be known as defensive tactics. Each student is given instruction in handcuffing techniques, subject control, and officer safety. The department's SCAT instructors choose a student who not only demonstrates proficiency in the classroom and map room, but also personifies those immeasurable components of heart and drive. For the 116th Police Academy, the recipient of the SCAT Award is presented to recruit C. Griffin. All right, the Sergeant Dale Nix Instructor Award. On December 30th, December 23, Sergeant Nix tragically lost his life doing the duties that these recruits are signing up to do. Sergeant Nix began his public service career as a telecommunicator with Guilford Metro 911 in 1998 and then joined the police department in 2001 as a member of the 79th PBIC. During his 22-year career as a police officer, he was a patrol officer, detective, patrol corporal, patrol sergeant, a member and team leader of the Honor Guard team, a member and team leader of peer support team, and sergeant over the Family Victims Unit. Sergeant Nix began instructing in GPD academies in 2007 leaving his mark on future officers for over 17 years. He continuously gave his time to help instruct in the academy and always received great reviews as an outstanding instructor. The delivery of the Police Academy is an opportunity for each of our new employees to be given the state blocks of instruction while also becoming part of the City of Greensboro and their new family at the Police Department. The 116th Police Academy consisted of roughly over 1,000 hours of instruction that is provided by our assigned training staff and many instructors throughout the department. Each instructor brings something to the class that they are assigned and are an integral part of one of the best instructional academies in the Southeast. Even with all that, we have instructors that step forward and demonstrate a commitment to both the department and the academy students. For the 116th Academy, one instructor was chosen above all others for their level of dedication in providing excellent instruction, quality work, and meeting the rigorous demands placed by both the state of North Carolina and the training staff. This instructor received excellent reviews by the students and was the lead instructor on a block that many students identified as one of the best that they sat through. It's my pleasure to present the Sergeant Dale Nix Instructor Award for the 116th Police Academy to Corporal Dan Hayden. I'm not sure if he made it. Dan, you here? Did you see him earlier? I don't see him. All right, he must have had to step out. Oh, here he is.
On June 27, 1978, a brave hero, Greensboro police officer Michael Gray Winslow, lost his life in a vehicle crash while responding to assist another officer who had called for assistance. Although any police death is a tragic event, Michael's death was made even more sobering because of his youth and just a few months beyond his 21st birthday. Michael was a member of the 50th Police Academy. And since Michael had not yet turned 21 at the time of his class graduation, he had to wait until February 16, 1978 to be sworn in as a Greensboro police officer. Although Officer Winslow's career was very short and ended tragically, his enthusiasm of police service endures, nurtured by his family through their sponsorship of a truly special award presented in Michael's honor. As a continuing memorial to Michael, his family supports the Michael G. Winslow Memorial Award, which distinguishes overall excellence and professionalism exhibited by one member of each graduating class. The Michael G. Winslow Memorial Award is the highest an Academy graduate can receive. This award is presented on the basis of selection by the class members themselves, and serves as a lasting testimony that its recipient was found to possess those personal values, attitudes, and abilities which are characteristic of a true police professional. Presenting this award is Deputy Chief of Police Doug Tabler, who received this award as a member of the 73rd Police Academy. It is my honor and privilege to announce the recipient of the 116th Police Academy's Michael G. Winslow Award, Recruit A.G. Marshall. Now I would like to call forward Greensboro Chief of Police John Thompson to offer his remarks and welcome our special guest.
Good morning. I'm Police Chief John Thompson. I'd like to thank everyone for taking the time to come out this morning in support of the Greensboro Police Department and the 116th Police Academy class. I'd like to thank the members of council, and I see Mayor Vaughn, City Council Person Mary Kay Abuzader, City Council Person Tammy Thurm, and City Council Person Hugh Holston. I don't think I missed anyone. They are here today to show their support, not only for those that are on the stage graduating, but for the police department as a whole. I would like to thank any other elected officials that I did not name, our law enforcement partners, and other organizations here to support us this morning. I'd further like to thank all of those from the community that have taken the time to come here and show support for the Greensboro Police Department. Came in this morning and I saw more people here than we typically see, and I had asked, I said, they know this isn't the private showing of Beetlejuice, right? This is the Academy graduation, so if you were here for that, you could probably sneak out and nobody would notice you. But I would like to thank every single police officer and our professional staff, all of whom have chosen to dedicate their time and their talent to serving this great city. I'd like to take a few moments to speak mainly to two groups today. First, the family and friends here to support the members of the 116th Police Academy, and then second, the members of the 116th Police Academy. To the family, friends, and supporters, I ask for you to remember three things: patience, support, and pride. Patience, due to the many long nights to come, the missed holidays, tough calls, and all of the difficulties and challenges that come with this noble profession. Support. Support for the soon-to-be officers here on the stage as they come into one of the most trying professions where support can be lacking and recognition for the amazing work can be minimalized. Lastly, pride. Not just pride for the members on this stage, but be proud of your role in their success. Recognize that their achievements and successes are your achievements and successes. To the graduating class, you are coming into a phenomenal department, I would say the best in the country. And this is a very exciting time. We are one of the highest paid with some of the best incentives of any department in the state. We are using new technology and specialized units to fight crime in Greensboro. Our community truly supports us every day in our efforts to make Greensboro safe for all people. And if you had any doubt, just take a look out in the audience and see how many are here to support you today. With this, I ask you to remember 4 tenets that I have spoken about since my swearing in as Chief of Police. Those 4 tenets are compassion, service, hard work, and humility. All things we do with compassion. As the police motto directs, we protect and serve. Always remember to serve. Hard work is a principle I have tried to live by every day. Gandhi said, "Satisfaction lies in the effort, not in the attainment. Full effort is full victory." Lastly, do your work with humility. I'm sure most of you, like the officers who came before you, chose this profession to serve others and not recognition. Please always remember to keep a humble heart. I am fortunate that I have a wife of 24 years and 9-year-old twins that keep me humble every single day. In closing, thank you, family and friends, for your support to the recruits here on the stage and members of the 116th Police Academy. Thank you for choosing a career of service.
Now, as is customary at our Greensboro Police Department Academy graduation, a student is selected to represent them. At this time, I call forward Recruit A.G. Marshall to deliver the class address.
Good morning, everyone. As was said, my name is Adam Marshall, and it is a privilege to speak with you all today on behalf of the 116th. First things first, I want to thank my peers for the opportunity to speak with you all today. It is an honor to share with you all a glimpse of our experience within the Academy. There are countless stories that each of us have from the past 6 months, so many that I would not be able to cover them all, but I'll do my best to hit the highlights. We had some success stories, like overcoming the physical fitness test, qualifying in firearms, and surviving the academic portion of the Academy. The success stories will always be looked back on as accomplishments and proud moments. These were milestones within the Academy because we knew it was one more step in our training. On the other side of things, we also had some other stories that were not so successful, like showing up late on the first day, wearing our uniforms outside of Academy grounds, and complimenting Sergeant Lowe on his looks. It's stories like these that ensured our physical fitness was much improved from the first day to the last. We will always remember these moments, no matter how hard we try to forget them, and regardless, the Academy provided us memories we can all share. Within the last 6 months, we've grown together as a group and formed a bond that we had all heard about, but were unsure of, but now we know. Plenty of tasks required us to handle them ourselves, but there are plenty more that require us to trust one another. Kind of like that time we were introduced to the taser and the pepper spray, and I can honestly say that day is impossible alone. Practical experiences also stress the topic of trust, as we had to trust each other and that we knew what we were doing. It was training like this that opened our eyes to what we were learning in the classroom and how to apply it in the field each and every day. In a few short days, these practical scenarios are no longer pass or fail, no longer is there an administrative timeout, and there is no reset button. These practical scenarios are now our job. Though this may seem daunting, this is what we've been working towards throughout the entire Academy. With every class, every practical, and every test, we knew that we were one step closer to our ultimate goal, which was earning our badge today. I could not tell you how many times the words, "I can't wait," were said to one another as we went through the Academy. Not to wish this experience away, but out of pure excitement to get into the field and fulfill our reasons for being here in the first place. Before I continue, I think it is important to mention that policing is not meant for everybody. There are challenges presented in this career that will arise only in this career. And though I am unable to speak from personal experience, what I can tell you is that the 30 men and women standing before you today are willing to face those challenges. Though our training is not finished, nor will it ever truly be finished, I am a firm believer that there is a reason each of us are here today. I can only hope that through every challenge and obstacle we face, we will continue to hold fast to our reasons why. Our reasons why are vastly different from one another, and that is how it should be. It means each of us will have a passion within law enforcement, which will push us all in different directions. But at the end of the day, our reason why is what we can rely on to continue in this career. I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to the training staff, as well as these instructors who invested their time into our training. We can only begin to imagine the amount of time set aside by each of our instructors to ensure that we were prepared not only to take a test, but to apply what we've learned in the workforce. What we've been taught will always be the basis for how we conduct our work safely and effectively. We cannot say thank you enough for your time and knowledge shared with us. And to the training staff, we thank you for everything you have done for us and continue to do for others. Since the beginning of the Academy, it was truly apparent that you wanted to see us succeed, not only in the Academy, but everything past that. Each day we knew who would give us an honest assessment, and this only motivated us further. You all are responsible for the environment for which we are trained in, and none of us would wish that any differently. Words cannot express enough our gratitude for your time, efforts, and guidance as we begin our journey in law enforcement. And by the way, happy birthday, Sergeant Lowe. Thank you all, the 116th.
Sergeant Lowe, at this time, please prepare the 116th Police Academy for graduation and receipt of their diplomas and the badges of their office.
Class, on your feet. Left, face. Forward, march.
At this time, I will call each recruit up to receive their diploma and to have their badge pinned. Each recruit has selected a loved one to pin his or her badge on them for the first time. If you are pinning a badge, I would ask that you line up to my right to your left side of the stage and begin walking to the stage as I read your loved one's name. Muhammad Isa Abdul Malik, pinned by his wife Qatar, daughter Rita, and son Axel. Nathaniel Carlton Austin Jr., pinned by his mother, Veronica Oates, and father, Nathaniel Austin Sr. Andrew McShane Baxter, pinned by his wife Alicia, son Griffin, and daughter Hannah. Arian Dorado Chapman, penned by his parents, Brian and Dana Chapman. Braden Chapman, penned by his uncle Frank Panza. Kayla Cumberlander, penned by her brother Miles Cumberlander. Jalen Currence Daniels, penned by his father, North Carolina State Trooper Avery Lee. Tristan Wesley Eder, penned by his parents, Frederick and Susan Eder. Emilio Gonzalez, penned by his wife Rachel and parents Alvin and Melissa Gonzalez. Arquez Gray, penned by his wife, Greensboro Police Officer Persia Gray. Charles Griffin III, penned by his wife Tracy, sons Jeremiah and Josiah, daughters Jamie, Juliet, and Judith, and mother Jamie Webster. Dwight Von Harper, penned by his wife Kristen and daughter Lillian. Abraham Hill, penned by his wife Hannah. Tanner Philip Hahn, penned by his wife Lily Hester. Hayden Hughes, penned by his father, Tracy Hughes. Raquan Knox Gonzalez, penned by his parents, Ty and Vicki Knox. Jason Lemons, penned by his parents, Jason and Beth Lemons. Adam Marshall, penned by his father, Mike Marshall. Christina Marshall, penned by her son Josiah and daughter Mackenzie, and parents Norman Marshall and Shirley Maddox. Latalin Maxwell, penned by his mother, Latasha Starks. Terrence Mitchell, Jr., penned by his father, Terrence Mitchell, and mother, Zenobia Brinson. Ryan Matthews Peters, penned by his father, Rick Browning. Tariq LaShawn Ramsour, penned by his daughter, Kennedy Addison Ramsour. Jorge Razzo, penned by his parents, Jorge and Maria Razzo. Paul Smith, penned by his mother, Christy Lentz. Parker Stevens, penned by his parents, Todd and Jody Stevens. Hayden Summers, penned by his parents Harold and Lori Summers. Chase Thronson, penned by his parents Tate and Debbie Thronson. Sarah Walker, penned by her mother, Sheila Walker. Josh Wheeler, penned by his wife, Kendra.
I will now ask City Clerk Angie Lloyd to administer the oath of office. A special thank you to Lawndale Baptist Church, who provided the Bibles for each of our new police officers.
Class, forward, march.
Please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Muhammad Isa Abdul Malik.
I, Nathaniel Carlin Austin Jr.
I, Andrew McShane Baxter.
I, Arian Dorado Chapman. I, Braden Scott Chapman.
I, Kayla Janessa Cumberlander.
I, Taylor Kearney James.
I, Tristan Wesley Geter.
I, Emilio David Gonzalez.
I, Mackenzie Easter.
I, Charles Griffin III.
I, Dwight Von Harper.
I, Abraham Matthew Hill.
I, Tanner Phillip Hall.
I, Hayden Isaiah Hughes.
I, Raquan Maurice Knox Gonzalez.
I, Jason Daniel Lemon Jr.
I, Adam Gregory Marshall.
I, Christina Naomi Marshall.
I, Taylor Stephon Maxwell.
I, Terrence Stephon Mitchell Jr. I, Ryan Matthew Geter.
I, Tyreek LaShawn Ramsey.
I, Jorge Raza.
Paul Scott Smith.
I, Parker Hayden Stevens. I, Hayden Landis Summers.
I, Chase Michael Bronson.
I, Sarah Elizabeth Walker.
I, Joshua Ryan Wheeler.
Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States. So help me God. I do further solemnly and sincerely swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina and to the constitutional powers and authorities which are or may be established for the government thereof, and that I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, to the best of my knowledge and ability, so help me God. I do further solemnly swear that I will be alert and vigilant to enforce the criminal laws of this state, that I will not be influenced in any matter on account of personal bias or prejudice, that I will faithfully and impartially execute the duties of my office as a law enforcement officer for the City of Greensboro, North Carolina, according to the best of my skill, abilities, judgment, and according to law. So help me God. Congratulations, officers, and welcome to the City of Greensboro.
Thank you, Ms. Lord. Just real quick, I just want to address the Academy and give you a quote from Bruce Barton, who was an author, a politician, and an advertiser. He said, "Nothing splendid has ever been achieved except by those who dared to believe that something inside them was superior to circumstance." As you guys heard in Recruit Marshall's speech, we've poured a lot into you. Your family is pouring a lot into you. The citizens and the city government is pouring a lot into you. So now we want you to take what's been poured into you and in every circumstance, create something splendid. Congratulations to each of you. Sergeant Lowe, you may dismiss the 116th Police Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the graduation ceremony for the 116th Police Academy. We ask that you wait in the lobby area while our new officers complete some necessary paperwork. They will join you in the lobby when they are finished. Thank you all for coming.
Welcome inside the brand new Claxton Elementary School, one of 5 brand new Guilford County schools set to open this school year. As you can see, there are so many upgrades with this new school, including all of this flexible seatings that teachers can move and shape to what works best for their classroom, technology, whiteboards on every wall, and so much light from the windows to the glass doors, which allows students and teachers to grow and flex to the needs that they have every day in the classroom. What do you think about this new school?
It looks amazing. It's really big, and I feel like this is a college.
Do you think it's going to be easier to learn here?
Yeah, of course. With so many more rooms, it's not going to be as crowded as the last school.
Girls, what do you think about your new school?
It's amazing. Definitely, I love it. I'm just speechless. This is amazing.
Yeah. What are you most looking forward to about coming to school here?
The chairs. The chairs, and last time we were in like a big janitor's closet. It was so tiny, so I'm excited for a big room. I'm just really excited about everything. Like, this school is huge, and I'm so excited.
Liam, what do you think about this brand new school?
Awesome. I'm only going to be at the school for 1 year, but I'm excited about it.
All right, Principal Toma, how do you feel with this new school opening at last?
Oh, this is amazing. I mean, look around, all the colors, the smiles on these kids' faces. That's what it's all about.
So tell us about some of the features of this new school.
There's extended learning areas where kids are going to have opportunities with flexible seating to work collaborative groups, problem solving. We've got makerspace in the media center. Our classrooms are open. We've got flexible seating throughout the whole building. Movable furniture. Just the opportunities this is going to provide our students is going to be amazing.
There's so much light here. There's windows, there's lots of glass doors, and you can just see so far and kind of in all the spaces.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's a bright environment, a welcoming environment. And the visibility it's going to provide our teachers to be able to visually see our students, to make sure that we keep them safe, and allow them to be able to use this whole building as a learning environment.
And we're standing in a gym, which you didn't have before.
A gym that we never had. Our PE teacher's going to be amazed, and our students are thrilled with it. They no longer have to walk downstairs into a little room for gym or have it outside. They've got this amazing space that they're going to be able to participate in.
Well, and this is, of course, an exciting time for the Claxton community, but really for all of Guilford County, because this was the first school to open from what became a $2 billion bond that is supporting our schools. What is it like to be at the beginning of that?
I think it's great for us, great for our community, but great for Guilford County and in the direction that they're headed, and what the schools that are going to be built under this bond is going to do for all of Guilford County and all of the students.
The new Claxton Elementary was made possible because of 2 bonds equaling $2 billion for Guilford County schools. You can keep up with the progress of all the bond projects by going to gcsnc.com.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the Greensboro Coliseum. You can hear our birds are chirping today, so it's an exciting day in the Greensboro Coliseum for this special announcement. Many of you have experienced memorable and remarkable moments in this building. And many of you or your families will see new and exciting moments in the future as this building is launched into a new era under Oakview Group management. On July 1st, the City of Greensboro and City Council made a historic change to private management. And that is just the beginning of positive change for our operation. I think it's also important to realize that virtually everyone you know, virtually everyone in the Triad or surrounding counties, have had some interaction with the Coliseum, be it an event or other things. And there's that connection with our community that's an important piece of this puzzle. Whether that interaction was a high school or college graduation, you attended an ACC tournament or basketball game, a hockey game back when we had hockey, other ice skating events like the United States Figure Skating Championships. Everyone has a connection to the Greensboro Coliseum. Could also be Monster Truck Jam or Walt Disney's World on Ice. There's a lot of different options. And that's what makes Greensboro a special place to gather, Greensboro Coliseum a special place to gather with friends and family. Our history of events, along with our reputation for excellent customer service and high quality of live entertainment events, is what leads us to today's historic announcement. I'd like to introduce the folks on the stage with me. Mayor Nancy Vaughn to my left. Todd Williams, who is Market President of First Horizon Bank, and Doug Higgins, who is Senior Vice President of OVG Facilities. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the mayor to make our announcement.
Good morning. It is so fun to be here for this historic announcement, and I do want to recognize my council member colleagues, Zach Matheny, Hugh Holston, Mary Kay Abuzawader, Goldie Wells, and Sharon Hightower. We have all been very active in things that have gone on in the Greensboro Coliseum. We are very excited for the future of the Coliseum under private management. A lot of people have asked, will we see changes when there is the change to private management? Quite frankly, I think the change has been seamless. Anybody who went to a concert or an event in May and then went to one maybe in July or August didn't notice any difference, which was wonderful and was what we wanted. But today you are going to notice a difference. This is really a decision that was 60 years in the making. And one group of people that are going to find this decision exceptionally interesting will be the City of Greensboro taxpayers. This is an amazing building, and it is a magnet for people across the state and across the region to come in and see great concerts, sporting events right here in this facility. But it's the City of Greensboro, it's our taxpayers who pay for this facility and pay for the upkeep. Well, now we're going to have a corporate partner who is going to help us with that by making a significant investment in this Coliseum, which will take some of the pressure off of the city's taxpayers. So that is really when people say, well, what's the big deal? What's in it for me? Well, that's what's in it for you. And this is just one of many announcements that are coming. Today's announcement is a prime example of the benefits of the Oakview Group management and their capabilities. I'm thrilled to announce that for the first time in our 65-year history of this incredible facility, that we have naming rights for the Coliseum. The Greensboro Coliseum and First Horizon Bank have reached a long-term naming rights agreement, and the Coliseum will now be known as, do you have a drum roll or anything? First Horizon Coliseum. I want to say a big thank you to First Horizon for being an investment in the Coliseum and the City of Greensboro. Thank you so much. And thank you for helping us meet this milestone. This was one of the 3 bullet points that we gave OVG that we really wanted to see happen quickly. And considering that they just took over on July 1st, and here we are with that first bullet point they can check right off, I want to say thank you to OVG for your hard work making this happen. And so I am going to turn this over to Todd Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn, and thanks everyone for being here today. Good morning. My name is Todd Williams, and I am the Triad Market President for First Horizon Bank. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the strife and hard times of our friends across the Southeast, but especially our friends and colleagues in Western North Carolina. Many have planned to join us today as part of our team and are unable to be here for all the hard times they're experiencing. So we will continue to remember them in our thoughts and prayers and would hope that you would do the same as our bank continues to support those in need. I've been a proud resident of North Carolina most of my life and a proud resident of Greensboro and a taxpayer for the last 10 years. And those are 2 of many of the reasons I'm thrilled to be the first person to welcome you to First Horizon Coliseum. We are honored to have our name on this iconic venue. I remember as a school kid in North Carolina watching many ACC tournaments in this iconic venue and look forward to seeing that again. This Coliseum is a symbol of First Horizon's commitment to Greensboro and North Carolina. And none of this would be possible without our big bank hustle and small bank muscle. That's what we call our winning combination. Our vision and resources fueled this opportunity, but it is the heart and passion we feel for this community that brought it to life. With this new partnership, First Horizon Bank aims to raise the ability of both our brand, our community, and the Coliseum, and build upon our reputation as a community-focused bank. For over 160 years, First Horizon Bank has been committed to serving our communities, as we know we are only as strong as the communities in which we live, serve, and work. What better way to serve Greensboro than meet them at a place they've gathered for over 65 years? From concerts to sporting events to graduations, the Coliseum is a reflection of our entire community and its passions. We believe this partnership will help the Coliseum, its visitors, and our current and future clients find new horizons. I would be remiss if I did not introduce 3 of my First Horizon colleagues in attendance, well, 2 are in attendance today that have helped so much in this process. One who's not here is Sam Irwin, our President of Regional Banking. He's actually in the western part of the state helping out some associates. Laura Bunn, our Regional President for the Mid-Atlantic. Thank you so much. And lastly, Paula Bill from Memphis, our Director of Brand Strategy, has been instrumental in this process and as we've worked through months of hard work. So thank you so much for helping this come to fruition and for all your hard work. On behalf of myself and the entire First Horizon Bank team, we are proud to continue to be a fixture in this community and look forward to leveraging our partnership with the First Horizon Coliseum for many years to come. Thank you.
So the addition of a naming rights partner greatly enhances the Coliseum's profile and appeal on a national level. Our other goals with OVG remain attainable in the near future, and I'm pleased to introduce Doug Higgins as the Senior Vice President of Oakview Group Facilities, who's going to speak on their behalf.
Good morning. I am very excited to be in Greensboro today for this announcement. With apologies, our market or division president, Greg Odell, was supposed to be here. He had some flight issues, so I'm pinch hitting in instead and had flight issues myself and ended up driving from Virginia Beach early this morning. So glad to be here. Most importantly, we're excited about Greensboro. As the mayor mentioned, it's really a perfect situation taking the largest company in the facility management industry with what we view as the premier facilities in the United States. The ability for Oakview to come in and be a true partner to a city like Greensboro is what attracted us. As the mayor mentioned, when we started having discussions with the city, we together had a number of initiatives that we wanted to come in and hit the ground running. The first initiative for us was to have a smooth transition of over 1,000 employees from city employment to Oakview employment. That happened on July 1st, and we couldn't be more proud of that. So a round of applause to our employees who have done that. And that's important. As the mayor mentioned, the people that came to the facility, the First Horizon Coliseum, in May, and then came back here July, August, and September, did not notice a difference in the service that they received. They just noticed the smiling, friendly attitudes of all the people here at the Coliseum. So that's really important to us, and that was the most important initiative that we had. We had 3 other initiatives that we talked to City Council about early on. We talked about naming rights. We had a conversation with City Council that we felt as though in year 2, we could have a naming rights partner. We're 3 months into our relationship, and we're announcing the First Horizon Coliseum. So we're excited about that. Our second initiative was to have a major professional sports franchise here in Greensboro. We're still working on that, and we hope to have some announcements to that initiative in the future as well. And our third initiative for both the Coliseum and the Tanger Center is to raise the profile of shows. And we're already going to work with that, and I think our Stevie Wonder announcement that we had 2 weeks ago is the first step in that direction. So you'll continue to see larger, greater, and bigger events in this facility, not just at the First Horizon Coliseum, but at the Tanger Center and the 7 other facilities that we're involved in. So we couldn't be more proud of our partnership, and we think today is the first step in that long-standing relationship that we're going to have with all of you. So please, welcome to the First Horizon Coliseum. I want to thank very specifically our team that worked on this deal, Derek Goldfarb and Mike Mitchell. From the day we got going, started beating the ground, making the phone calls necessary, developed the relationship with Todd and their team, and it was instantaneous. Partnership is a word I keep using. And we will work together with First Horizon to be out in the community, to be stewards of Greensboro and the surrounding areas. We look forward to the success of the First Horizon Coliseum moving forward. Thank you.
A few mangoes, peaches, lime, garlic, cilantro. What does this have the makings of?
Mango habanero salsa that we're going to make today.
Well, of course, salsa. And it is the annual Men Can Cook event for the Women's Resource Center. Chris Wayne Scott is on the board. You've been participating for lots of years, I know. Yeah. Tell us about this event.
So this event is really great. This is our 24th year of the event. And it's really just a chance for men in the community that are community leaders, lawyers, business individuals, and just men that just love to cook. You get to be part of this event. We're going to have about 50 chefs for the event this year. And it's just great fun.
Is it a judged event, or do tasters get to choose their favorites?
No. Selfishly, there are times I wish there was a little bit of that, but no. It's really a great time that we get to come together, hear some great music by the band Low Key, good food, and we get to also enjoy some of the local spirits from vendors like Fainting Goat and Steelhead.
Yeah, so because it's Men Can Cook with a twist. I see that, and that's the twist. There's a little something extra. It's not just food this year.
That's right.
So fun. How did you get involved with the Women's Resource Center?
I got involved a couple of years ago just through our organization. I was working with VF Corporation and had a chance. They were looking for some volunteers to participate in this event, and another gentleman and I that were part of our employee resource group said yes and got connected, found out more about the Women's Resource Center, and just fell in love with the event and this group.
And so, do you cook normally? Is this like a thing you normally, are you the cook at home or anything?
I love to cook at home. My wife is a phenomenal cook, and so, but being in the kitchen, cooking together is one of the great things that we enjoy to do together.
We're going to let you kind of get to work a little bit. We're going to come back and check in with you in just a minute. But first, we want to talk to Audrey Amos with the Women's Resource Center. All right, so tell us exactly about the mission of the Women's Resource Center.
Right, so we meet women where they are, and our mission is self-sufficiency, and we do that by assessing needs and getting women connected to either the resources or services we provide here or local resources in the community. Could be helping women start a business or to find a job. We have a program, Women to Work, that specifically does that. We have an attorney hotline, which gives women 15 minutes with an attorney to just kind of define their rights and their responsibilities. We have a community resource counseling where women can meet with someone to really kind of say, this is really what I need, and we can get them connected with resources in the community.
And so how does this event support the Women's Resource Center?
Yeah, so this is our biggest and only fundraiser. Our goal is to raise about $100,000 for our organization through this fundraiser, and we do that through the ticket sales, which are on sale now. And we do that through our silent auction as well, and through our sponsorships.
And when is the event? Give us all the details.
Yes, so it'll be Saturday, October 5th at Piedmont Hall off of Westgate City Boulevard from 5:30 to 8:30.
Lots of good food and lots of fun.
Yes, yeah, we'll have the live entertainment, we'll have a fun photo booth, and of course the twisting tasting room as well.
We love it. We love it. Okay, we need to check back in with Chris and see what's happening over here. All right, you're quite good at dicing and slicing.
Well, we're working right now on sliced mango, and just kind of getting everything prepared together for the salsa.
I can already smell that you've gotten that habanero chopped up as well. I was a little nervous about that one. That's the gloves, right?
That's the gloves. Don't touch the eyes.
And is this a family recipe, a secret recipe, or one that you just found and wanted to try?
It was just one I found and wanted to try. Just love mangoes this time of the year, and the idea of having just a good salsa is easy to do, and it's something you can put together easily with just chips, or you can use this on chicken, pork, and a great marinade.
And will you be making this for the Men Can Cook event?
Not this year. Actually, this year, this was just for today and for the women here. But no, this year we'll be making a banana pudding.
Ooh, the dessert. You're showing your sweet side. You're kind of your spicy side today, your sweet side on the night of the event.
That's right.
And what is your most favorite thing that the Women's Resource Center does in our community?
I think the thing that makes the Women's Resource Center special is just how they meet the women where they are at a time that they need just the help. And oftentimes you just don't know what you don't know, and you just need to know where to start. And I think that's what makes the Women's Resource Center so special, is that it just helps the women get connected with the groups and activities that they need in the time that they need it most.
Well said. Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Audrey. We appreciate it. And you can learn more about the event. It's coming up on October 5th. It is the annual Men Can Cook with a twist to benefit the Women's Resource Center. Find out more online at womenscentergso.org. There are still summer openings for Safety Town Greensboro. The 2-week program introduces 5- and 6-year-olds to safety lessons on strangers, traffic, fire, police, poison, water, and much more. They even get to practice traffic crossings in a kid-sized town, complete with traffic lights, crosswalks, and pedal cars. Sessions run through August at Barber Park and Lewis Recreation Center. Register today at safetytowngreensboro.com.
The City of Greensboro takes pride in the host of reinvestment activity taking shape in East Greensboro. Equitable investment on the east side has been an ongoing effort to enhance the quality of life for our residents, students, and visitors. A hub of recreation is evidenced through the downtown Greenway, which touches all walks in different ways. Construction continues on the final mile of this one-of-a-kind 4-mile Greenway. The western branch, winding from Smith Street to Spring Garden Street, is expected to be open in the summer of 2025. The walking and biking Greenway connects at least a dozen neighborhoods, including Old Ashboro, Southside, Douglas Park, and the Dunleaf neighborhood, all on the east side. There are more than $600 million in planned and completed projects along the downtown Greenway. This urban loop enhances quality of life with a variety of fitness classes, community walks, and an emphasis on public art, cementing Greensboro's reputation as a creative city. With the connections to the existing and planned trails in the city and the county, this loop is the center of the entire system and will one day connect us from all parts of the community and beyond. A future East Greensboro Greenway will connect the J. Douglas Gallion Depot in downtown to Barber Park. In collaboration with the city, NCDOT is developing a feasibility study for the route of the East Greensboro Greenway. The first phase of the Randleman Road corridor enhanced transportation services and encouraged additional reinvestment on the east side. The city will work with a consulting firm to assist with drafting a plan for the southeast area, which spans approximately 8 square miles. Recommendations based on significant public input will guide the future growth and development necessary to improve services and connectivity for a variety of established neighborhoods in the southeast area. The city is investing $3 million of American Rescue Plan funding to revitalize our oldest golf property with prominent ties to the civil rights movement. The Gillespie Golf Course Master Plan relies on the facility's historical and cultural relevance as a guide for future improvements. Additionally, we applaud the PGA Reach Foundation for awarding a $250,000 grant to commission a mural of the Greensboro Six. These courageous men integrated the Gillespie Golf Course in 1955. The city is taking a new approach to meet the needs of the East Greensboro community in a way that has never been done before. Greensboro Public Libraries and Parks and Recreation have set out to create a centralized community hub, the Windsor-Chavis NOCO Community Complex. Thanks to the advocacy of Congresswoman Kathy Manning, the city was awarded a $4.3 million grant from the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Program. This supports several much-needed improvements to NOCO Park, which aligns with plans for the $65 million Windsor-Chavis NOCO Community Complex. The community-approved design will integrate the existing Windsor Recreation Center, Vance Chavis Library, and NOCO Park. In collaboration with Guilford County, the 65,000 square foot facility will incorporate public health, social services, and cooperative extension. It won't be long before the shovels begin turning the dirt on the first phase of construction. These initiatives offer a mere glimpse of the metamorphosis of East Greensboro.
back to the October 1st, 2024 meeting of the Greensboro City Council. I do need a motion to return into open session. Moved
Second.
by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mr. Holston. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are back in open session. We are in the Katie Dorset Council Chamber. Let the record reflect that all members are in attendance. Before tonight's moment of silence, I would like to ask our interim city manager, Chris Wilson, to give us a brief update on the efforts that we are taking for our neighbors in Western North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Certainly, before I get started, I'd just like to say that I'm incredibly proud of our team. We've not had to really request. Everyone has volunteered readily to step up and assist our neighbors to the west in what is an unparalleled devastation like we've never seen before. We have close to 80 personnel there in Western North Carolina. That includes 36 officers, 26 fire personnel, and 16 water resources, crew members, and equipment services technicians who are all supporting both on-site life safety support, water restoration, assistance of command there on site with NC Emergency Services. And we anticipate that there'll be a rotation at the end of the week. We're working in 12-hour rotations. And I would like to personally say thank you to them and everyone else who has been willing to assist. Our Guilford Works area has set up a donations opportunity, and of course we've listed those on our website, and we'll continue to for those who wish to donate. And of course our strong partners, I believe there's several folks who have also propped up some donation sites. I will say that we continue to ask residents to not try and drive into the area. Just today, gas was able to be taken into the area, and residents are starting to take benefit of that, but there's still life safety functions that are not in place. Water needs to be restored to many areas. There's still evac going on, electricity, so there's a lot to be done, and there's a lot of personnel in the area trying to get things reestablished. Additional people, additional vehicles complicate that. So we ask people to continue to look for ways here at home to help do some things. And as we move forward, we'll keep everyone posted. But thank you again for the opportunity to report out.
Thank you, and I want to give a big thank you to all the city employees who have volunteered to help our neighbors. As we have this moment of silence, if we could also remember the people in Western North Carolina and the families of Cynthia Coleman and Bob Kohler. Oh, and Robin's dad, our city clerk. Yes, we keep her in our prayers as well. Thank you. Mr. Holston, would you lead us in the pledge? The City of Greensboro encourages resident input. Public participation is of the utmost importance to the City Council. It is the goal of the City Council that the Katie Dorset Council Chamber is a welcoming space and that all residents feel empowered to bring issues of concerns before their elected officials. Individuals may sign up to speak to a specific consent or general business agenda item. The subject will be noted, and if it requires action or requests, the city clerk and/or the city manager will note and provide steps for any after action. The order in which speakers are called is at the discretion of the mayor or the presiding officer. Speakers must be signed up by 6 p.m. and will be allotted 3 minutes each. They may not relinquish any remaining time to another speaker and may speak once during the public comment period. The mayor or the presiding officer may, at their discretion, increase or decrease this time allocation. Speakers shall be civil and courteous in their language and presentation. Insults, profanity, use of vulgar language, or gestures or other inappropriate behaviors are not allowed. Speakers are to address council during the public comment period. Speakers shall not address or respond to members of the audience. Public comment is an opportunity for City Council to hear from residents. It is the intention of Council to hear from residents during this time. A resident may speak only if they have signed up to speak in accordance with the City's outlined procedures. The City of Greensboro is committed to promoting an environment that is free of discrimination, bias, and bullying. Therefore, speakers shall refrain from personal attacks. The mayor or presiding officer has the authority to interpret and enforce the rules of decorum. In order to maintain a safe space for all speakers, members of the audience, or speakers from the podium who intentionally disrupt the meeting, engage in egregious or repeated violations, or ridicule other speakers will be given a warning, and if unheeded, they will be removed from the meeting. That person will be suspended from in-person participation for 3 months. In order to preserve their right for free speech, they can attend virtually by Zoom, by phone, or may submit comments via email. All electronic devices should be turned off or to the silent mode. If you must make or receive a phone call, kindly do so from outside the chamber. By statute, council members must vote on all items unless there is a direct financial interest. All votes will be moved and seconded, and the mayor will announce the vote total. We do have a consent agenda this evening for items G1 through G11, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what are believed to be routine and non-controversial items. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or for the purpose of voting no. Tonight's meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we may take a short recess around 8 o'clock. Now is the time for our ceremonial and presentation items. Item E1 is a resolution to honor the late Henry Isaacson. This will be read by Mrs. Hoffman and me, and I will start. Whereas on June 27, 2024, the City of Greensboro, North Carolina, and the Piedmont Triad community lost one of its great civic leaders with the passing of Henry Harris Isaacson at the age of 91. Whereas the younger of two children, Mr. Isaacson was born in Greensboro, North Carolina on April 29, 1933, a graduate of Greensboro Senior High School, obtained a Bachelor's of Art degree from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill in 1955, and in 1958, Mr. Isaacson graduated from the University of North Carolina School of Law with a Juris Doctorate with honors, and in 1958, Mr. Isaacson was admitted to the North Carolina Bar. Whereas in 1954, he married his college sweetheart, and their 69-year marriage brought forth 3 children, 8 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. Whereas Mr. Isaacson was dedicated to his family and his faith, was a member of the Temple Emmanuel in Greensboro, and served as secretary, vice president, and ultimately the Temple's president from 1968 to 1970. Whereas after graduating from law school, Mr. Isaacson served in the United States Air Force as captain in the Judge Advocate General's Corps. Whereas Mr. Isaacson returned to Greensboro to practice law, where he joined the firm of Block, Mayland, and Lloyd, practiced general corporate law with the firm Stern, Rendelman, and Isaacson until opening his own firm in 1980. Whereas after a long and storied legal career in Greensboro, Mr. Isaacson retired from practicing law in December 2022, was often touted as a leading land use attorney by the North Carolina Business Journal, was widely recognized for his work, receiving numerous awards and accolades, among them a Martin Dale Hubble AV rating, North Carolina super lawyer in 2005, named one of the best lawyers in America 2007 through 2019, Lawyer of the Year in 2012, 2014, and 2020 by Land Use and Zoning Law in the Triad. Whereas Mr. Isaacson believed in public service and was bestowed the Centennial Award for outstanding and exemplary community service by the North Carolina Bar Association and the Greensboro Bar Association. He served on numerous organizations and sat on many boards throughout the community, including president of the Greensboro JCs, Greensboro ABC Board, North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, International Civil Rights Museum and Center, Sit-In Movement, Inc., One Step Further, Human Relations Commission of Greensboro, Greensboro Chamber of Commerce, City of Greensboro, Guilford County Intergovernmental Task Force, founding board member of North Carolina for Community and Justice of the Piedmont Triad, and most notably, Mr. Isaacson served as chairman of the National Conference of Christians and Jews, NCCJ, from 1975 to 1991, being awarded their Citation Award in 2005.
Whereas throughout his work with the Guilford College Board of Trustees, Mr. Isaacson developed a love for Piedmont Triad International, PTI Airport, and additionally served on the board beginning in 1999, where he served as chairman of the board from 2003 to 2014. Whereas under Mr. Isaacson's leadership and direction, PTI expanded and grew with projects and businesses such as the FedEx East Coast Hub, Honda Aircraft, Timco's maintenance facility expansion, airport terminal renovation, a new roadway system, and a new runway, all of which were instrumental in Toyota Battery and Boom Supersonic locating factories within the Greensboro-Piedmont Triad region. Whereas Mr. Isaacson will be remembered throughout the city of Greensboro and the Piedmont Triad as a visionary trailblazer, community servant, a tireless worker, and dedicated to many causes. His community service leadership, engagement, and love for Greensboro, North Carolina will continue to impact the region for generations. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro, that the City of Greensboro City Council wishes to express its deep sense of loss and offer its condolences, sincere appreciation, and gratitude for the many years of dedicated public service and community leadership by Mr. Isaacson. The legacy he leaves will live on and be remembered by the residents of Greensboro and the Piedmont area. That a copy of this resolution shall be delivered to the family of the late Henry Harris Isaacson as a symbol of the gratitude of the residents of the city of Greensboro for his many contributions to the city of Greensboro and beyond.
Move it. I think it was Mrs. Hoffman, actually.
There it is.
Yes. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. If you could join us.
I just want to say that sometimes people come into your life for a season, and Henry came into mine and made my life much happier, much better. I have a great appreciation for him, for his service to this community, for the service to One Step Further, and I just wish him peace. He was a great human being.
And so you all go on and speak, and we'll talk after Mark.
I don't have a booklet to hand up.
I know.
So,
You don't have to give us your name and address.
and we were doing fine, so you read that. I had the privilege of working with my dad for over 40 years, and he truly enjoyed working with each one of you and the city staff. and working on projects that would hopefully benefit the city and our community. He loved his community and treated it like an extension of his family. When I started working with him on projects that involve the city, I remember asking him, well, what do I say when I present something like this? And he said, son, tell the truth, know your facts, know about your project, try to tell a compelling story. The other thing he taught me was that, remember, there's a welcome mat at the front door of City Hall. Don't wear it out. And with that in mind, I'm going to turn things over to my sister, Gail.
Who fortunately is not long-winded. So my name is Gail Isaacson Bernstein. I'm Allison Henry Isaacson's daughter. And here with me today, in addition to my brother, are my husband Steve and our son Charlie Bernstein. On behalf of our entire family, I'd like to thank you for this meaningful and powerful tribute to our dad. Dad spent the better part of his life dedicated to making Greensboro and the surrounding communities a better place to live, not just for us, but for future generations. And he was truly honored to serve this community. So I'd like to know you to know how grateful we are to you for remembering him and the impact that he had. Thank you very much for recognizing our dad and honoring him. Thank you.
So I'm sitting here and I realize that I knew Henry for about 30 years. We met in 1995, and that was when he was representing some of the developers along New Garden Road. That brings me back, way back. And Henry was always as nice as you could possibly be and respectful, even when you're on the separate side of an issue. I got to know Henry quite well over the years, and he was always just the consummate gentleman. And I find myself blessed to have had him in my life. And I learned a lot from him, especially when you're considering where we started and where we ended up. But he was probably the best land use attorney during his time. And I had the pleasure of serving with him on the Piedmont Triad Airport Authority while he was chair. And you know, he was there when FedEx came and really started the growth of the airport, and his contributions will never, ever be forgotten. So thank you so much.
Anybody else? I'd just like to say also, Henry was just the loveliest man. And it was a joy and a pleasure to work with him on various projects that in the city. And I don't use this phrase very often, but Henry was one of those people who truly was an officer and a gentleman. And so he did so much for this city. We're very grateful. And we appreciate your sharing with him with us all these years.
I can remember Mr. Isaacson as a real gentleman. I can remember him bringing his notebooks to us for land use. But he had a love. If you see all of the groups he was involved with, he was a man who was concerned about all people. And that's what I really admired about him. The last time I saw him, he was in a wheelchair at the opening of and I said to him, I said, this never would have happened without you, because he really loved that airport authority. And we wouldn't have some of the things. Years ago, we talked about it being an aerotropolis or something. You know, we talked about it. But it is finally, all of these pieces are coming together. But it was because of the vision he had. So he was a blessing to our community. You know, everyone has pretty much said, I don't want to be repetitive, but, you know, he was just so comforting. I mean,
he would be in some really contentious zoning matters, and his calming nature, you would just kind of go like, wow, it kind of letting people understand more about zoning, because it's not really always that easy to understand. And he was just always so calming in his delivery, and I just was in awe many times. And as everyone has said, he really was a gentleman. I mean, we would leave places, and he would make sure that every female there had a way to her car. I know one time he just pretty much demanded I get in the car with him and his wife, because I might have to walk across some mud puddles down the way. So, it's just truly, truly someone you admire. But his care for the city was just phenomenal. He wanted to make sure every person in this city had a place to live, had a place to be, with all the rezonings, wanting more apartments, wanting more land use, sustainable land use. He was into that as well. So I think everyone's going to miss him terribly, and grateful to have known him.
Tammy?
I'd just like to say that he was an amazing man, that my wish for you all is that as you face the holidays these next 2 weeks, you remember how much he was loved and how much he was cared for. And I know the next 2 weeks will be tough, but know that he was a very, very special man, and he was very much appreciated in this community.
However y'all want to do it is fine. It's up to y'all. Okay?
Mrs. Hightower?
So I will make it brief, too, because everybody's got good things to remember about Mr. Henry. But I met Mr. Henry on a different note. Mr. Henry gave me a job. And so I actually worked in the land use real estate division for the Isaacson. And so I actually had a great experience, personal experience, that allowed me to elevate and move on to some higher things as well. But he was always kind of a calm man, even in the office. When I wasn't, he was always. As you know, I'm not a calm person, so you can imagine. But he was a good man. His practice, he treated all his clients with respect and integrity. And we did a lot of good work, particularly out around the airport when they started building houses out there. And he was one who was very dogmatic about what he did. So I really appreciated meeting him, knowing him long before I ever came in here. I knew Henry and Mark particularly, but Mark had a great example. Mr. Henry was really a very nice man, and he will be missed. I love seeing him at the podium because he had a way of just talking about zoning that it just sold you on it, even if you didn't really agree with it. He had a way of presenting it, and so that will be missed. And so thanks to his family.
And I'll say that to the family, when I first engaged with Henry Isaacson, it was during my days as either with planning and zoning or board of adjustment. And one thing that I always remembered about Henry, or several things about Henry, he was always prepared. He was always prepared. Even when, as commissioners, at times you have a thought, spur of the moment, and you think it's some kind of unique idea, that Henry had already prepared for it and just delivered that response, much like Councilwoman Hightower just said. And when the case was over with, regardless of how that case was, it was always a smile and a handshake. And I thank you for listening to his portion of the case. And I can tell you that I can see that the apples have not fallen far from the tree at all. really do appreciate Henry and all he's done for our community. You've seen all of the different organizations that he was a part of, but really he was not more so a member, but he was really a connector in our community. And for that, I'll never forget Henry Isaacson. Thank you.
I don't remember the first time I met Henry. I can say this, behind every good attorney, I guess, there's a phenomenal woman too, and Henry and Alice Isaacson have been stalwarts for Greensboro, and obviously his children remain that as well. Henry met me, I remember one time, I started off in the zoning commission around 2004 or 5, and you think I don't know what I'm doing now, you should have seen me back then. Henry, I think, looked at me and thought, I need to teach this fellow a thing or two, and so he did. He educated me, and as Hugh said, there were a couple cases we didn't really agree, but he taught me and walked me through it, and he might have even taught me some bit of maturity that I'm finally starting to realize. But more importantly to me, watching Henry and how he carried himself, you mentioned we're honoring him, but it was an honor to know him, and I'm so happy. There are very few people, I think, in life that have such a tremendous impact on you. And Henry, and I'll say, and Alice, were two of those people for me. When you're around, and Henry and Shirley Fry would say, when you're around greatness, you just kind of know it. And Henry and Alice, who I know is not here right now, but here, are just phenomenal people, and I was very proud to call them my friends above all. Thank you.
Let me just say on a lighter note, I think the Leland Cypress people have to name a special tree after the Isaacsons, because I think you've sold more Leland Cypress trees during zoning meetings than anybody else.
All the buffers.
Yes. Thank you. Item E2 is a resolution to declare the month of October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, to be read by Mrs. Abuzawaiter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I see that there are several from the Family Justice Center, and as soon as I finish reading, if all of you would like to come over and someone speak to it, that would be great. So, resolution declaring the month of October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas during National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we reaffirm our dedication to creating a culture of safety and hope in our community where no one suffers the hurt and hardship caused by domestic violence. And we recommit to doing everything in our power to uphold the basic human right to live free from violence and abuse, and recognize our shared responsibility in ending this pervasive problem. Whereas domestic violence impacts women, men, and children of every age, background, and belief, and it is rooted in a pattern of power and control. Whereas physical marks and scars are often the most obvious signs of harm, however, the extent of pain goes much deeper and can impact one's mental, physical, and financial health. Whereas the Guilford County Family Justice Center, FJC, is a beacon of light, coordinating essential services including advocacy, law enforcement, and social, medical, and legal services. Whereas vulnerable children and older adults are impacted at higher levels, and it is essential that we participate and support innovative collaborations like the FJC's Pathways and Camp Hope program for children, and the FJC's Elder Justice Committee, which coordinates with community response. Whereas in a community partnership, the FJC has successfully brought together 17 agencies in one place to provide victims with easier access to comprehensive resources, and this diverse and unique partnership provides hope and healing to victims of abuse and works diligently to hold offenders accountable. Whereas since the opening of the FJC in mid-June of 2015, over 75,000 residents have been served. And on average, an individual works with 5 different organizations when visiting the FJC for the first time. Whereas by working together, getting involved, and through promoting awareness, we can restore hope, stop the violence, and make our community safer for everyone. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that it does hereby declare the month of October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urges residents to increase their awareness and education of this destructive force. And this deeply affects many families in our state and local community each year, and for everyone to become part of the efforts to stop violence in families. Adopted this the first day of October 2024.
Second.
I would like to move that, Madam Mayor.
Moved by
Second.
Mrs. Abuzawader, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0.
And while they're coming up, I would like to say I've had the pleasure and the honor of serving on the executive committee of this fine organization since, well, actually before 2015, when we were still working through it and getting everything in order to launch the FJC. So I see Catherine Johnston, the director. I see Sonia. I see a few other people, Brenda.
All right, well, thank you so much. Would you like, I touched a button. I'm sorry about that. May I go ahead? I'm going to accept it now. Make my remarks. Thank you so much, Mayor Vaughn, Councilmember Abuzawader, who's right. She's been with us since, I think, 2012, so a long time, and appreciation to the entire council. As I was sitting here, I remember being here in November of 2014 when the council made the choice and vote to support the renovations to make the FJC a reality. It's hard to believe that this June will be our 10th anniversary since our opening. And I've said it many times before, but it's worth saying again, a year at the Family Justice Center is like a dog year. So we're really celebrating our 70th anniversary. And while that's sort of funny, the truth is collaboration is hard, because if it was easy, everybody would do it. But it's not easy. It takes dedicated professionals and survivors, some of which are here with me tonight, that each day does whatever it takes to get the job done. And I'm thankful for each and every one of them. We are leading the way here in Greensboro. Actually, tonight we have 2 fellows through the State Department visiting from Asia, one from Malaysia and one from the Philippines, learning all about how our Family Justice Center works so that they can have the first Family Justice Center in Southeast Asia. Communities across the nation come here to Greensboro to learn about the Family Justice Center, and next month we'll host the 6th annual Family Justice Center Conference at the Greensboro Coliseum, where we expect over 450 professionals from across the state and Southeast that will come here to learn about how we do what we do. Talk about DV awareness when we're changing professionals from across multiple fields and across our state. Each year when we mark October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we highlight our partnership and we recommit to serving survivors, including the 61 survivors who visited the Family Justice Center today. I'm thankful for those who make it happen, survivors, our communities, and professionals, but I have to say that this has been the most challenging year for our partnership, as our light was almost snuffed out in December when Sergeant Dale Nix was murdered. Sergeant Nix always came to accept this proclamation proudly with our team, who he referenced as the FJC family. He was known for his fiery passion. He would often be on fire and sometimes red in the face. Literally, I thought he was going to catch fire for justice and for serving this community. And while our pain across the street has been deep, we are forging ahead and finding our fire again. I am so proud of the work we've done inside the house, inside the family, across the street at the Family Justice Center to improve access for survivors and increase offender accountability. And our work as we round year 10 is to turn our attention
to the court system and focus on ways to better support victims of a crime, increase accountability to those that are doing harm to children and families and older adults daily in Greensboro and in Guilford County. And we're going to do that by working with community volunteers. We already have a group of survivors serving and doing court observation and giving us feedback, because we know that system needs reformation, and we are committing to helping make that happen. But we can't do it by ourselves, and we appreciate your partnership and the full community's support. Thank you so much for your leadership.
Thank you. I want to thank you guys for your leadership. Ever since COVID, we have seen a spike in domestic violence and, unfortunately, domestic violence homicides. For years prior to COVID, there were no homicides in the city of Greensboro that were related to domestic violence. Unfortunately, we've seen that change. When you look up our most recent citywide week statistics, unfortunately, aggravated assaults in the domestic setting are up 46% this year over last year. I can't imagine what it would be without your resources. I know that there are people whose lives you have saved and changed, and families that you have held together, and for that I want to say thank you. I know that you are being overwhelmed with people calling for assistance like we're seeing in other populations, and without you, it would be so much worse. So thank you. I know you have a very hard job.
I just wanted to say thank you, Mayor. You know, the dedication that this staff has towards their goals, and many of them who are helping, assisting, they know exactly what domestic violence does to people. They've not only seen it, some of them have experienced it. And to know that they take that and go and help others who are experiencing the same thing, they understand. They have that compassion. And, you know, it's just something that they are a shining light in this world. And
thank you.
I want to personally thank them, too. I know the good work you do for the residents of the city and all those who experience domestic violence. But personally, recently, Sonia and I had an interaction because I had someone who called me. He was in a situation, and she was. And I want to applaud the young lady on the phone who, instead of just saying, no, we don't, she said, hold on, let me get Sonia and see what she can do. And you got involved. And I appreciate you doing that, taking that extra step. Because sometimes it's not black and white. It's not cutting dry. And you got to find a way to work through some of those issues that people are dealing with. Because people are hurting out here. They really are. And they need someone that will at least hear them and be able to find a way to solve their issues. And so you did that. And you even followed up the next day. And you and I kind of dialogue back and forth in text. And I appreciate that. It's comforting to know that there is an agency of people who care that you can call. Because so often we call people for assistance and, no, we don't do that. No, I don't know. Well, maybe you can call this one. Maybe you can call that one. When a person is going through trauma, the last thing they need to do is call 5 or 6 numbers to get some help. And so I appreciate you being that entry point and to assist that person from beginning to end. It may not always end up the way that person thinks, but to know they were heard, got the help, and got on a better path is really, I have to applaud you for being able to do that. So thank you for all you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Item E3, creating Greensboro Downtown Arts Special Commission presentation.
Greetings, City Council members, Mayor, my city staff colleagues, and guests for this meeting. My name is Karen Archia, and I'm on staff at Creative Greensboro, your city's Office for Arts and Culture, and it's my pleasure to be here this evening. Now in year 3, Creative Greensboro's Downtown Arts program enhances our built environment with original artwork by Greensboro-based artists. 10 artists are featured on the electronic kiosks throughout downtown, and 1 artist is chosen to create a special commission of original artwork for display in the Melvin Municipal Office Building here, right outside of this chamber and visible from the plaza entrance. The current special commission is an oil painting entitled Sweet Magnolia by Greensboro artist Joyce Williams. The 10-foot by 20-foot representation of what is on the screen currently hangs here until June 2024. Selected as the special commission artist, Ms. Williams chose to pay homage to the historic Magnolia House, one of the few still remaining establishments that were featured in the Green Book, the historic annual guide that helped African Americans travel more safely across the U.S. The original oil painting will be on display at the historic Magnolia House on loan for 1 year in celebration of the Magnolia House's 75th anniversary. I'd like to acknowledge Natalie Pass-Miller, the director of the Magnolia House Foundation. Natalie, would you stand? We have invited Joyce Williams here today, the artist, in celebration of Arts and Humanities Month. She has been painting since she was a teenager and has exhibited locally at the African American Atelier, the Creative Aging Network, and Bennett College. Joyce will share her artist statement about this special commission and her thank yous, and we invite you to enjoy the beautiful artwork that honors one of Greensboro's most important historic institutions and brings the vibrancy of art to this building. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. I want to just also acknowledge the opportunities that are available in Greensboro are amazing, and so unexpected, I guess I'll say first for me. I'm from New Jersey. I've been in Greensboro about 8 years, and I'm retired. When I came here, I did not expect what I found, but it's as if this place was laid, the foundation was laid because they knew I was coming. And I'm just saying that as to you all, to everyone who has made this opportunity for me possible. If I could tell you when I first began to flirt with the love of art, I certainly would, but my infatuation goes back for as long as I can remember. And at a very young age, I enjoyed coloring and pencil sketching, copying images from coloring books, and later pencil shading, using photographs as my reference. And yet I didn't pick up a paintbrush until I was in my last year of high school. So I've had no formal training, and that's sometimes a good thing. My oil paintings are illustrations of black and brown people, for the most part. These images capture characters and characteristics of people laughing, crying, dancing, or interacting. One image that I've done depicts the fright on the face of a young runaway slave girl for fear of being captured by her slave master. My work reflects the culture and the lies and truths, actually, of the present and the past. And the truth of the past, and also, the joyful images sometimes colliding with painful images, all in the name of art. So stories are being told, and people are learning in the process, hopefully. My deep passion for music is another influence, and so often inspires artistic expression in the themes of my work. And my paintings bring about artistic awareness, hopefully, and so it is through art I get to preserve a story or create a story that needs to be told. In this particular piece that you're seeing on the screen,
Entitled Sweet Magnolia, it is the artistic portrayal of the connective tissue of a deep-rooted culture embedded in today's black and brown folk, a noteworthy and honorable inheritance of dignity and sophistication embodied and resurrected in the trailblazers of this present day. If you notice, there are people intermingled, people of today are intermingled with the people of the past in this particular painting, and that's representative, I guess, of Greensboro today. I'll just read. In late September of 2023, I had the privilege of visiting the historic Magnolia House. That's a legendary landmark located in the heart of Greensboro, North Carolina, and planted on a corner intersecting, as you can see, Gorell Street. And just off street, I entered inside this place. I remember there were large tents pitched on the ancestral grounds. And therein I found the place chock full of black and brown folk dancing and vibing to a live DJ. But moving indoors and from room to room was like peering into the window of a time capsule. I discovered this place was a bed and bath open to black travelers during a time when mainstream hotels across the country too often denied service to black travelers. It was one among the many listings noted in what was then known as the Green Book. And there are still some locations throughout the U.S. I'm from Plainfield, New Jersey. Right next to Plainfield, there's a place called Scotch Plains. They still have one. We used to go there, and they would have affairs there. People would rent the place, but I had no idea of the history. I learned more about the history since I came here and connected the dots. In this painting, I have represented 6 famous individuals, all of whom passed through the historic Magnolia House. One is James Brown. I'm sure most have heard of James Brown. He's known as the godfather of soul. He was a singer, a dancer, musician, a patriarch of funk music, and major figure of the 20th century music. Then there's Ray Charles, referred to by his contemporaries. He's in the front down center. Referred to his contemporaries as the genius. And he was a singer, a songwriter, a pianist, and he also preferred to be called Brother Ray. And Charles pioneered soul music and was known for combining blues, jazz, R&B, and gospel into his recordings. And he was also influential in country and pop music. Now we go to Tina Turner, who's featured on the left end of the piece. And Tina Turner is known as the Queen of Rock and Roll. She was a singer, a songwriter, an actress, and Turner sold more than 100 million records worldwide, becoming one of the best-selling recording artists of all time. And then there's Louis Armstrong, who's known as Satchmo. That was, one of his names. He was a trumpeter and a vocalist who is among the most influential figures in jazz. And now I'd like to mention Gladys Knight. She's in the center. She's popping out of the top of the house. The house is the Magnolia House. Let me also say, these are people who frequented at one time the Magnolia House, and that's why they're featured in this painting. Gladys Knight, she is a singer, a 10-time Grammy Award winner, an inductee into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and Knight also has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and it's listed on Rolling Stone's list of greatest singers of all time. And right now, Gladys Knight, 80 years old, she's performing in New Jersey. My girlfriend went to see her this weekend, and she's still strong. Last but not least is William Count Basie James. William Count Basie James, yes. He was a jazz pianist, organist, composer, and band leader. They called him the Count. And he worked with Ella Fitzgerald and Quincy Jones, and also with Frank Sinatra. So it's my privilege, my honor, and I'm just so thankful and so blessed to have had the opportunity to present this painting to you.
I hope it's enjoyed. I hope it's, recalled for what it is, and it's historical. And Greensboro has here in its foundation such depth in historical roots, and they should be preserved. And I'm hoping that this would be a part of that. I just would love to thank the commission, the Creative Greensboro, the city's Office for Arts and Culture, and all its members, and also for the Greensboro Cultural Affairs Commission and the city's Communication and Engineering departments. I want to thank Karen Arkia, and all involved. I also want to thank Natalie Miller. God bless Greensboro, and I hope that others will get the opportunity that I did just by being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move on to the public comment portion of our agenda. If Justin Lively, Alexandra Arpesian, or Brianna Clark are in the audience, if you could check in with the courier. Thank you. Okay. We will start with Samita Sakar, Juliet Uwafu, and Bruce Rayner.
Good evening. Good evening, council members. On behalf of the International Advisory Committee, we'd like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak to you today. As you well know, the IAC was established by the City Council in 2008 and remains very active today. I'm Smita Sarkar, the Vice Chair of IAC. Juliet Harris, our Ambassador, and I would like to briefly update you on our activities and also invite you to our forthcoming monthly meetings. So some positive news to start with. The memorandum on the Presidential Determination on Refugee Admissions for fiscal year 2025 has been released, and it's up to 125,000, justified primarily by humanitarian concerns or is otherwise in the national interest. The highest number of admission allocation have been made to Africa, East Asia, Europe, and Central Asia. As we know, approximately 11% of Guilford County's population, that includes Greensboro, is foreign-born and foreign-born residents. Of these, about 42% are naturalized U.S. citizens. So this year, USCIS hosted 400 naturalization ceremonies across the nation in September to celebrate Constitution Day and Citizenship Day. We, on our part, supported this year's naturalization ceremony at World Refugee Day and organized an informative session on voter education, especially for first-time, recently naturalized voters, with leading leaders like Ricky Hurtado, who is the president of the Governor's Advisory Council. We've had an in-person myth-busting event called What's Happening Across the Borders at the Nussbaum Center with an Immigration 101 session by immigration lawyers. The event went well, and it was attended by over 150 people, was covered by the media, and the entire room was left stunned by the horrifying story of abuse and extortion of a young single mom who tried to cross the border from Guatemala. We organized a business entrepreneurship event, resources shared by organizers supporting immigrants and refugees for startups and small businesses, and one of the participants from Mexico joined SCORE, which is as a volunteer, and is now mentoring other immigrants and refugee groups to become self-sufficient. Our events have had a huge impact, and we are really proud of it. So we would like to warmly invite you to join us for our upcoming virtual community meetings. The first one is called Increasing Our Personal Health by Improving Our Conversation. It will be on October 17th from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., and it will explore effective conversations with medical professionals. The second topic will be addressing mental health and cultural sensitivity on November 21st from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., and it will explore common signs that are ignored by the international communities. So please keep a lookout for emails from the Human Rights Department. We will be really honored to have you. Thank you. And I'll let Juliet talk about the rest of the events.
Thank you, Super. Good evening, council members. Good evening, everyone. Again, want to appreciate you all for... My name is Juliet Harry Wifo. I'm the ambassador for the International Advisory Committee. And we want to appreciate the council member for the opportunity you've given to the International Advisory Committee. We've been very busy, and as you can see, we've been engaged with a lot of the immigrant community, and we've been able to empower them. In addition to what Smita mentioned, we're going to be working with the planning department, committee engagement on development of the City of Greensboro by helping identify neighborhoods in District 2 that has seen an increase in presence of immigrant residents. So the IAC will support a neighborhood group to promote events on diversity, information, and inclusion. So the first event will be on November 2nd from 12 to 2 with multilingual information on what to expect at the voting booth. Also, we've been in partnership and collaboration with the Human Traffic Department. And so in North Carolina, I don't know if you are aware of the statistics, North Carolina ranks 9th in the nation for human trafficking. So, and the immigrant community are often victims. So the IAC has been in partnership with the Human Trafficking Task Force for the past 1 year, and we have identified some key speakers with global experiences, and we are working with the United Nations and the police. So one of the speakers will be with us in January for the Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Also, you all are invited to join us for this event. We are also getting ready, as our tenure will soon be over, so we are getting ready to pass the baton. So we are recruiting and looking for other immigrants in the community that will want to serve on the leadership of the IAC. And we would like to invite you guys to participate with us. Just look out for our emails from the Human Rights Department. We'll be honored to have you. Again, want to say thank you for the opportunity and the time that you've given to us to empower the immigrant community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I don't want to interrupt Mr. Rayner, but I just wanted to say very briefly, I believe I see the chair of the IAC in the audience, Fanta Dorley. Yeah. And I wanted to thank Smita and everyone who came here this evening. This is actually the International Advisory Committee that Mayor Pro Tem Johnson started in 2008 when she was mayor, and I've had the pleasure of working with them since 2008. So thank you all so much. I think it's really good for council to hear about your events and hopefully attend some of them. So thank you all so very much.
And after Mr. Rayner, Alexandra Arpesian, followed by Samantha Stewart, followed by Rosemary DiGiorgio.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Rayner. I am 85 and have lived in my current home in Greensboro for 48 years. My wife of 62 years is 83. I am holding 2 handicap placards, one for each of us. I am here to request that you establish a special provision for leaf pickup for handicapped citizens that reinstates the pickup services that were in effect prior to this year's changes. I think you currently do this for all public properties and public housing. We spent a month in Cleveland last October where my wife had 2 brain operations plus pre-op and post-op visits. Since then, we went back to Cleveland for 4 more visits, each taking from 3 to 5 days. Either our daughter who lives in Greensboro would drive us, or our son who lives in Indiana would come here to drive us. We now see a doctor at Duke and have had 4 visits. We were told my wife is one of only several hundred people in the U.S. who have had this procedure. She stays in constant pain. I have had operations on my left knee 4 years and 2 years ago. I had a heart attack December 26th of last year. I spent 3 months doing heart rehabilitation at Cone, and I've lost over 10% of my body weight since then. The Veterans Administration prescribes weight supplements for me and more recently prescribed massage therapy. I am currently receiving physical therapy prescribed by my orthopedic surgeon, and within the last month I have had 2 back injections and 1 in my left knee. In the past 6 weeks, my wife and I have had 19 doctor's visits and 15 physical therapy sessions. From April through July, we had 82. And no, we're not hypochondriacs. We simply have a lot of health issues. The point of all this is that neither my wife nor I are capable of doing the LEAP procedures now required by the City of Greensboro. I am sure there are a lot of other handicapped citizens in Greensboro facing the same problem. The 70-year-old veteran who has been helping with my yard work is now having physical therapy with the Veterans Administration, so cannot help as much. I do have a 13-year-old neighbor who could blow my leaves onto a tarp and pull them to the curbside, but that is all. I hope the above shows you that not all your citizens can meet the new standard. In the best interest of your handicapped citizens, I implore you to and trust that you will provide exceptions. Thank you.
Evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor Vaughn and esteemed City Council members for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Alexandra Arpesian. I've been a resident of Greensboro for 14 years, and for 4 weeks, I've been the new executive director for the Carolina Theater, so I'm happy to be here tonight. As someone that came from High Point as the president of the High Point Arts Council, I attended many city council meetings, and I just want to say thank you for what you do, because it takes an enormous amount of thick skin to do this job. I could never do it, but I'm grateful y'all can, so thank you for what you do. Yeah, right? You can preach on that. So I don't know the last time you heard an update about the Carolina Theater, but I wanted to share some statistics from last year. So last year we hosted over 300 events, and we had 95,000 attendees that came through our doors. We showed over 100 movies and held free events for the community. We introduced a new film series, the Heritage Month films, to celebrate different cultures, and as well as the Nightmare on Off Elm Street series, which it's spooky season, so we're kicking it off this year, so I hope everyone can come join us for that. We also introduced Celebrating Black Cinema, as well as a Neapolitan series. And we were able to host over 80 rentals for parties, weddings, and graduations, so it's a really great place to celebrate in our community. I wanted to also share some fabulous upcoming events that we have. Ailey 2 is coming this Sunday at 7 o'clock, and I emailed y'all about that yesterday, so I hope y'all can come. And this is a very prestigious group of student dancers under the Alvin Ailey School of Dance, so we are very blessed to have them come here. And then Eric Gales, who's actually from Greensboro, is coming on the 25th of this month. And he's known as one of the best guitarists in the world right now. The Kruger Brothers are coming November 2nd. That's a bluegrass, globally recognized group. Puppy Pals, very cute dogs that do tricks, are coming on the 3rd of November. And then Postmodern Jukebox is coming December 17th. So I hope to see you all there. I'm very proud to be able to do what I do, because the arts are a bridge for so many things, for empathy, for understanding differences, for cultures, and especially joy It's my belief that we all come into this world and we're meant to be happy and joyful, and there's a lot of heaviness that weighs on our hearts every day. And the arts remind us that we are joy. We're here to be joyful, and we're here to love and connect. So come love and connect with us at the Carolina Theater, and thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Samantha. This is Clara. We're here from the College Hill neighborhood, and we're here again, like we were last month, to speak on behalf of our neighbor at 316 Tate Street. He is in attendance tonight, as he was last month, but he does not wish to speak at this time. Before I share my concerns, I want to start by clearly stating that we support the receivership program as a way to increase housing stock, decrease blight, and encourage housing investment in Greensboro. However, neighbors are concerned about how the program is adversely affecting our neighbor at 316 Tate Street. Because the home is my neighbor's primary and only residence, we believe the receivership program has caused him undue hardship, and I've come before you today to request your help. First, my neighbor has been having a really difficult time communicating with the receiver about the repair work and its status, which is causing him great distress. On Monday, September 24th, I emailed Troy Powell, who's the neighborhood impact manager, letting him know that our neighbor is really concerned that he hasn't seen substantial work being done yet, other than the removal of some brush in the past 30 days. So I asked if there could be some sort of form of communication that was really clear between the receiver and the property owner, just to kind of ease his concerns during this process. I have not yet heard back, so anything that we could do to kind of open up that line of communication would be greatly appreciated. Second, we just wanted to share that the Neighborhood Association for College Hill has now seen how this program can impact those that are most vulnerable in our neighborhood, and we've formed a committee that's dedicated to preventing this from happening however we can in the future. So we're prepared to do community work days. We want to impact on behalf of these residents who have been impacted, and we really want to be more proactive this time now that we know about the program. And just as we have done in our neighborhood in an effort to try to protect those that are most vulnerable in our community, we're hoping that City Council will review the receivership program and perhaps consider baking in some protections for homeowners who only own one home as their primary residence. We think the program would be extremely successful if it targeted investment properties, not necessarily owner-occupied properties, including those that are vacant due to condemnation. We see the potential of the receivership program to be used as a tool to convert vacant and substandard housing into usable, affordable housing, which is much needed in our community. So please do not interpret this as an attack on the program as a whole. We simply wish to see homeowners like our neighbor protected in the future. Thank you, and I'll just close by thanking you and city staff for everything you're doing for our neighbors in Western North Carolina. It's truly a dire situation, so thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, is the next lady speaking on this?
Mr. City Manager.
Okay, because I think we need to clear up some things.
We do have two on receivership. So
Yeah,
this will
but
be-
I think we need to clear up some misinformation. Receivership is not for owner-occupied properties. It is for vacant, abandoned properties. And this property was also condemned and vacant. The individual was not living there for over a year. But this receivership program will help in my district particularly, in Goldie's district, where we got almost streets of 3 and 4 abandoned homes. Okay? And there's no one living in those homes. They are boarded up. We are cutting the grass. We are continuing to board them up. We have to go. They're occupied with homeless people sometimes. So this receivership program is necessary. And it does not displace people. And I want that misconception cleared up. It does not put people out. And the house in question is a $400,000 home that's getting fixed. We got houses in the community that are $20,000 and we can't get them fixed. So really, truly, it's a benefit. This is an idea that came up out of our Greensboro Housing GSO 10-year plan for us to do to help revitalize neighborhoods and bring housing back into stock that people needed. So I really want us to be clear. We had a work session about this. And so, you know, I would certainly not support anything that's going to put people out, but we're not putting anyone out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hightower.
Mrs. DeGiorgio?
Yes.
Yes, and after you will be Joshua Hoffman, followed by Philip Marsh, followed by Sidney Branch.
Hello, my name is Rosemary DeGiorgio, and I'm a resident of College Hill District 4. I'm here tonight to express my concern on how the city's new receivership program was implemented and how it is being carried out in my neighborhood. Although I am not against the theory behind the receivership program, I am very much against how it has negatively affected my neighbor at 316 Tate Street, who has been put out of his home. From my understanding, the receivership program is in place to target vacant dwellings that are unfit for human habitation. Our neighbor's house does not appear to fit that description, and I would like to request that City Council appoint a third party to make sure this property truly should have been targeted by this program. As I mentioned, I'm not against this program. I think it would be a huge asset to our community if the program focused on rundown properties neglected by absentee landlords and investors. We are very confused why our neighbor's property at 316 Tate was targeted instead of the several dilapidated properties in our neighborhood owned by investors and absentee landlords. If the purpose of the receivership program is to increase housing stock and provide more affordable housing options, then the actions taken by the city did the exact opposite. It put our neighbor, who owned his home outright, on the street. This seems wrong, and this seems like a mistake. We're also very concerned that there has not been proper communication happening between our neighbor and the receiver. As far as we know, the only work done in over 30 days was to cut down rose bushes. We do not understand how cutting down rose bushes helps fix the citations that the receiver is supposed to be addressing. Our request is for the city to focus on investment properties and absentee landlords and to protect homeowners like our neighbor. Our request is for the city to thoroughly investigate the actions that were taken at 316 Tate Street. If it is found that the property does not properly fit the definition of the program, we ask to please restore our neighbor to his home and to instead target the investment dwellings in College Hill that are in so much need of attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm concerned about the same thing. I'm really concerned that you all are not understanding. Before a house can even get to receivership, they have gone through code enforcement many times. They've been given time to get the house repaired or do something about it. Nobody's just putting these people out. And it's a legal program. You have to go to a judge to even have it declared eligible for someone to receive it. So it's not done by happenstance. And please don't think this happens like you go one day and you see it looks bad, the next day you get in the receivership. It's gone through many, many code enforcement inspections before it gets there. So I think you all need to look at the whole program, read how it really works, and you may understand a little better.
I'm sorry, you cannot speak from the audience.
And the third party, they're asking us to assign, we have assigned, that's the Superior Court, that's when you go to court. That is the third party. And so they are the ones that they have all the information. A judge has made that decision based on evidence, legitimate evidence, based on what Goldie is saying. The house doesn't even go into receivership for about 2 to 3 years. Sometimes their house has been out there longer than that. So, I mean, it's not about just automatically throwing. This case here, because the house is very high value, is a concern to everybody. But those that are sitting there that are low value, no value, a blight in the community, isn't being addressed at all, and nobody is coming and advocating for that, except for the two of us that sit up here trying to improve our community. So I don't like the picture being painted like we are putting people on the street. That is inaccurate and that is untrue.
And I think what we can do is have somebody from neighborhood development, maybe have Troy reach out to the two speakers.
I mean, this particular property was discussed in a work session that we had, 2 weeks ago, I guess.
And you can see that work session
Yeah,
on our
please,
website.
if you would go online and watch that work session, I think it would be helpful to understand this particular property as well as the program.
Thank you. Joshua Hoffman?
Thank you all. My name is Joshua Hoffman. And so, a couple things I want to say before I talk. I'm going to talk about expanding voting, but I do need to say I do work for the city. I'm an intern. I'm a roster. And I didn't discuss this with people in advance, so nobody can be held responsible for what I'm saying besides myself. And I just want to make that very clear in case you don't like what I'm saying. But I ultimately decided to talk tonight because I want it to be on the record, and the nature of the topic is something that I think that probably should go to the public first. So the problem, the way I'm gonna talk briefly is I'm gonna state the problem.
Okay, because your clock is ticking.
Yep, I've got it all down.
Okay.
I'm going to state the problem, I'm going to talk about a frame, I'm going to talk about some recommendations, and then a possible solution. So the problem as I see it is that we're facing a lot of challenges coming up in the future. Some of them are foreseen, and some of them are surprises, like the disaster that happened in western North Carolina. And the city's doing a great job going to the public and talking to the public through a lot of different programs. I think the Go Borough program was really a good example of this. 2,000 responses in just a month. But there are big changes that we face. And I've been digging in the history of Greensboro, and we've faced challenges before, and we've addressed them in some really cool ways. There's some debate currently with the change of city council whether or not legacy candidates are the best, or whether or not we should really focus on bringing new people into city council. This debate has been had before, particularly in the past when we were going from a ward system to the district system. And once the city council finally decided that they couldn't go to the public for an answer and they decided to go to a district system, what they discovered is it worked for the best and there wasn't a huge outcry. So a piece of history that I want to point out is that the polio hospital that was built here in Greensboro in 1948 was done entirely by the citizens of Greensboro. And this may be a bit of history that people don't know about, but in 90 days, the citizens of Greensboro raised the money and donated their labor and built a polio hospital to meet an urgent need. And that was possible because the people were organized by March of Dimes organizers, so it was democracy from the streets. And I think that one of the ways we can accomplish this today is by expanding the voting system through giving the youth the right to vote, as is happening in multiple counties around the country, doubling the number of city council members, and expanding City Academy to make it year-round. So I can talk about all these points and give lots of great historical examples, but I will not do that right now. Thank you all so much. Meet me afterwards if you want to talk about this.
Thank you. Philip Marsh?
Is this a news segment? Yeah, it's channel 2.
Why is he like?
Yeah, I've never heard that before. I've shown before. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So exactly, I can do it now. Huh?
If you guys want to have a conversation, we can move to the next speaker.
Yeah, you can have the next person come over and I'll talk to you about it.
Sydney Branch,
Yeah, because
followed by Hester Petty, followed by Brianna Clark.
How you doing? I'm Sid Branch, artist, resident, and I just came just to say hi. I just came to say hi. I missed a couple meetings. I watched them online. They're very interesting online. You get a better something visual of it all. And I have lots of pieces of paper. Let's see, I started today. The HRC, and nobody's here about the HRC today. That's nice. It's more messy. I haven't seen more police. Thank you for opening the bridge, but then you closed the other street up there. So, kind of worried about when you're going to work on Summit. I would like someone to let me know when you're going to work on the dodgeball lane called Summit Avenue between Bessemer and Spry. It's kind of a mess. Okay, so that's that. And then I found a piece of paper here. That was the one that really got me to come down here. This one here, it says massive downtown residential commercial development in East Greensboro planned by the United House of Prayer. And I see that they got the apartments up there okay. That's right up the street from the HRC around the corner, and around the corner from the 503 studios. My studio's in there. Everybody's concerned, I guess. I don't know what he's going to talk about. He's a property owner. I'm just an artist down there. Nobody's bothered me. I don't know. I haven't seen any more police. It looks worse. Lights are on. People are more on the street than before, so I don't know what happened. I haven't gone down there. But I was just wondering, it's got a nice big thing there. It's supposed to be apartments, townhomes, row houses, and an anchor grocery store. That's what bothers me the most. Everybody's talking about, the poor people with the desert, the food desert, don't have fresh food within a mile. Well, apparently, I got the little mileage thing there. It's 4 miles to the grocery store. Food line, Harris Teeter. They don't all sell the same food, so, my wife ended up at that food line today. I was over at that food line today. When's that grocery store going to open? I know it costs a lot of money there, doesn't it, Ms. Wells? She told me that twice already. A lot of money. On the 18th, A&T is going to have their homecoming. Just stand on the corner and look at all the beautiful cars and beautiful people. There's a lot of money in the east side.
Thank you.
Where is a grocery store for me? That's all I got.
Good evening. My name is Hester Petty. Since 1994, 316 Tate Street has been owned and occupied by Ronald Fulp until the city kicked him out. The City of Greensboro recently used its receivership program to take away Mr. Fulp's house. Based on public records, I have concluded that the receivership program was flawed, that the decisions by the Housing Code personnel and the Minimum Housing Standards Commission violated the purpose of the North Carolina statute, which is entitled Vacant Property Receivership. This program should never have been used against an owner-occupied residence. How did the city get started on this misguided road, and what kept them on it to the point of taking this man's house away? I've got a lot of public records requests. I've got timelines. According to the housing case report, the first inspection of Mr. Fulp's home occurred in May of 2018, after a code inspector stated, please check this property for probable cause. They were already hoping to find some way to get into his property. Numerous inspections followed through 2018, 2019, including the interior of his home, which prompts me to ask, was Mr. Fulp told that he did not have to consent to a search of his home? In 2020, a city inspector paid only one visit to the home and based on an exterior inspection only condemned the property. There was no inspections in 2021 or 2022, although two code inspectors did contact Mr. Fulp about a need for reinspection. He had been thrown out of his home, but they didn't think so. They were asking when they could come and reinspect. There are nothing from the city until 10 months later when the inspector arrived at the property to inspect it for receivership. According to the public records that I have received, in 2024, when the city went to the Superior Court judge, the only financial information that the city and the judge had about the owners of Metamorph Investments was almost 4 years old. The only umbrella insurance policy in the records lapsed in 2021. I don't know if this is the way you guys want to do business. It doesn't sound good to me. Metamorph said the cost of repairs might go up to $230,000. The house is listed as taxable at $237,300. That estimate from Metamorph is ludicrous, and he can't get the money back, so the bill is going to go to the homeowner who can't pay it, and he's going to lose his home. What I have in mind is asking you to take a look at the management of the receivership program in Greensboro. It is not working. In addition, please, I don't care what you say, and please, God, this is public comment period. If you would wait to speak, if you would just keep your comments till the end so that we can get here, get what we want to say, and go home. And also, please institute procedures that require written consent before code inspectors can enter an owner-occupied residence.
Good evening to everyone. I'm just on here. I am Brianna Clark. They call me Pastor Brianna, but Brianna's totally fine. I'm just out here for the homeless. Our team is called Glory Rogers Empowerment, and we basically been going out to the streets. I know other people go to food banks and things of that nature, but we actually go inside of the bushes where they're living, and we've been feeding. In the last 2 months, we have fed 2,200 people, and all we asking for is a little help. When I say that is, we're on foot. Our ministry is a small ministry, and what we do is take what we have, and we go and, we take up our own donations, and we go out there and we feed. And so this is what we've been doing, and this is where I have the concerns is, we're here to help the region, and whatever you need from us to be able to go on foot and actually go to the people. And I know many people, in Luke, it talks about going to compel the people. And so that's what we're standing for, going to compel and going out to get them, because a lot of them, they are in the bushes. We take clothes out to them. We've been doing it almost every Sunday. And I know most people usually having a church service, but we like to go out. And so we're just asking for a little help. When I say a little help, when we pull from, we got people that's single parents and things of that nature. But what we're just asking for, like financial wise, if we can get help to help our region that we live in to make it a better place as far as dealing with the homeless and where they're staying. We've also been trying to do what we partner in and trying to get them in step programs to where we're not handicapping them, but we're teaching them to get back on their feet, going back to work, going back if you ain't got your GED, going back to get your GED. So that's basically what I'm here for. I come in love, I promise. I come in love, and I've learned that unity and love is what's going to pull our community together. Fighting against each other, all this different stuff, love covers. And I've just learned that love and unity will kill a lot of this commotion that goes on in Greensboro. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I do have a question. So are you Pastor Brenda Burton?
No, I'm Pastor Brianna Clark.
Okay, so you are Brianna Clark.
Yeah, I just put it Brianna Clark, but I am. I'm one of the leaders in Greensboro.
Okay, thank you. Our last four speakers are Malik Hugh, Chandrika F., Toad of the Mountain, and Pastor Brenda Burton.
Hello, City Council. I'm back again. If you can see on the screen beside you, I did bring out my ideas of a little bit of stuff I had. So I'm going to show you something. This is one of the streets in Skid Row. They're one of the ones that I've been following that's really been supporting me out there in Skid Row of what I've been wanting to bring to Greensboro, beauty in the streets. And I had brought this idea up, and I'm bringing it up again. And many of my colleagues, many of my people, many of my homeless members have been talking to me. So, yeah. And right behind this one is the same thing, but it's also a video, but I'm not going to play it just yet. If y'all want to see it, it is out here for y'all to see. I sent it to all of y'all who hosted. I sent it to you so you could watch it on your own times. So, the next thing is this one right here. This is another one of my ideas for out there in Skid Row. Okay, for another one out there in Skid Row, and that's why I wanted to bring this idea, because I told y'all, Beauty in the Street is my idea. That's my LLC program for the homeless, for bringing it out there so that way people can get food, clothes, and all that. I've been wanting to bring this idea up, and it's been coming to y'all for a long time. I just started the LLC out here. Next one. And like I said, this is showing you some of the little ideas that is coming out here for Skid Row to bring ideas out here to Greensboro. I'm trying to build the bridge out here, trying to build the homeless, trying to get the homeless off the streets, trying to do something different. These are some of the questions that need to be answered. Help with the food spots, help with sleep spots, help with a van so I can do hair and food for the homeless, so I can. I got another one. And this is another one. Can y'all help with the homeless with more clothes spots, more places that we can get health drives at the depot? We can get more hair stuff for me to be able to donate to the city, so I can be able to get out here and give back to my community. I've been wanting to give back to my community, and I've been just trusting on and believing in God to help me, because I've been wanting to do this. Feeding downtown at the park. I've been wanting to feed at the park a lot, because I'm looking at my homeless, and they need more help, more food during the weekdays, during the mornings, during the evenings. Instead of just having to sit at other places, I want to spread the wide love. And I just want to spread it all around. And this is the reason why I keep coming back to y'all, because I've been wanting to show this. And I just made this week to show y'all that I am meaning that I'm trying to help my community get back on their feet. I've been out here stepping, you hosting, Zach. Y'all been coming out there helping us. Y'all been coming out there standing thick. And I just want to thank y'all, because y'all main two that's really been out there. Nancy Vaughn, you too. You done came out there multiple times. It's time for other ones to step out there and come out there. Thank y'all.
Good evening, Nancy Vine, council members. I'm coming in peace today. I just want to give honor to God for just changing the way I speak and the way I come and share my thoughts and things. So I do want to say a prayer. That's all I want to do, because when I go through trials and tribulations and situations in my own personal life, I go to God. So I understand that this plan with the homeless is not a plan that will change overnight. It's a plan that has to be made with a whole lot of different people, not only you guys, Nancy Vine, and the council members, but also the community as well. So I do want to just say a short prayer, just to ask God to help us, give us the plan, since we don't have one, to help these unhoused people. So Father God, Jesus, I ask you to come inside this place right now, Jesus. Father God, I ask that you place a small spot on each and every person that wants to be a part of the help, God. I ask that you remove every evil, wicked, negative spirit that's trying to stop the unhoused to be successful or to be the better version of them, God. God, I know you did it for me because one day in my life, I was unhoused. So that's why I'm very adamant about helping the unhoused. And my brother also died and he was unhoused. So that grabs my attention to come out and help the unhoused. So Father God, in your precious name, I trust your will and your way, not only for us, but for the people that's in the higher positions to actually help your people. Because God, you said when one or two are brought together, you're in the midst. So I trust you and I thank you and I honor you and I give you all the praise. That's in Jesus' name. Amen.
Okay, really, I came up here to say thanks to two people. First, Mayor Vaughn. Mayor Vaughn, really, thank you for coming out the first night of Folk Fest, talking with Angel second time. 2 years ago, this chamber laughed during a police presentation about how the police had, aggressively apprehended a homeless person that broke a window. That was the same person that you spoke to at that Folk Fest. So, 2 years, that's a lot of change. It makes me happy. Second is someone I'm proud to call a friend and a brother, Zach. Because of your help with the ambassadors, we were able to get a serial predator out of the city. Happened to be twice, but second time, he got locked up for 25 years. That's someone that's not going to hurt anyone in our city for 25 effing years. That's what this is about, saving everyone. We all know the problems. We're still discussing the problems with the IRC, but that's fine. That can be put off for another month or two. Let's just continue the work we're doing and just smile. Thank you all. I'm going to go back and cuddle my kitty. See you next month.
Pastor Brenda Burton, followed by Philip Marsh, and that is the end of the speakers that I have. If I've missed somebody, please check with the courier.
All right, good evening. Thank you all for what you do. I really appreciate it. The last time I was here was April the 2nd, so it's been 6 months, I think. So I just wanted to just give an update about Transformation Outreach Church. We bring hope, and we've been out there at the park. 200 North Am is the address, but we're on the friendly side now. I want to show my pictures, but next time I'll turn them in ahead of time. We'll abide by the rules. But on May the 4th, we had 6 people to be baptized. Just want to tell you what TOC is doing for short. September the 14th, we baptized 6 more people. And so this coming Saturday, we're baptizing 6 to 8, probably be 6. Seems like that the number. And so we are seeing people go learn to trust God. We are seeing people learning the word, as this gentleman right here who's just joined last Sunday, not this past Sunday, but last Sunday, and we talked about the different grounds and everything. He was able to say wayside and thorny ground and how the word is received, rocky ground and good ground. And so we're making an impact. We have at least maybe 6 or 7 people who have gotten housed. They are in either a rooming house, and God has given them favor because of we prayed. We prayed the people of faith got together and prayed. And we have put so many people in hotels, we can't do that. We kind of done drained the funds. And so last time I told you I didn't want your money. I still don't want it. But if you can give us 3 vouchers, I got a mother with a 10 and 11-year-old. They're in the hotel. We done put them in a hotel 8 days. And when I went to pick them up, they called me and said, the man, put them out the hotel. And I just sat there and I was like, oh my God, I'm on the internet trying to find the cheapest hotel. And I was looking at all these men and I said, they won't even step up in the world. And so one man did step up. We don't know who it was. He did put him in a room. And I knew that we was going to do 3 more days. And we did the 3 days. And so, anyway, we got nonprofit, TOC, and also have a ministry called Transformation Ministry Incorporated. And we have really invested. I go out there. It doesn't matter if it's raining. I'm still preaching. I tell them,
I'll stay here if you stay. And I'll still preach. I mean, I got this little thing on my foot, and I'm still be out there with them preaching so that they can get transformed. And I'm looking at their lives get changed. I'm saying people who coming off of drugs, I got to fight the drug dealer. They come out there at the end of the month, the beginning of the month, and I tell them drugs are not your friend. Say no to drugs. Don't give them your money, because then you got 29 days with nothing. And so if y'all can give us 3 vouchers. Just 3 vouchers, that's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
And they have vouchers?
Sharon, your mic is off.
Vouchers don't come through COC nor through the City of Greensboro. That's through a housing authority. But the COC is a continuum of care. It's an organization of 60 agencies that help all grades of homeless individuals, from children, those coming out of foster care, teenage moms. All of them are provided assistance. I would strongly suggest you connect with them. Welfare Reform Liaison is another agency, but all of them in the body of those agencies. So the work is already being done. It's just knowing where the resources are and who to connect with. Right. And if you've got a mom with kids, even the school system, I don't know if they're school-age kids, but even the school system social worker, they will assist with families.
I spoke with Miss Benita Sims on yesterday.
Maybe,
I just want
why don't we get contact information and
we can
do it off camera?
We can talk to you later. Mm-hmm.
I heard what she said.
I said, let's trade contact information and do this off camera.
Right.
Mr. Marsh?
Somebody needs to get her information then.
Gary has her contact information. Yeah. But it's on the sign-up sheet. Mr. Marsh?
Mr. Watt is one of the travelers.
So I understand that you submitted a News 2 story that you would like to play.
Yes. And I told Mr. Watts that I played him before. It hadn't been brought to my attention. I totally understand sitting at the Angela Lord. I know the gentleman that spoke earlier with the PowerPoint, he didn't share his, so if I just
So, since it is a public, out in the public domain, yes, go ahead and play it. But in the future, please try to.
I will get with Ms. Lord and get that. Yes, thank you.
Now, if it had been a homemade video or something like that, I would have said no. But since it's a news report, yes.
I know Mr. Watts wanted to err on the side of caution. I could have spliced something in there, so that's why I wanted to make sure it came from.
I'm going to take you at your word.
Thank you.
Pass house right here. But I'm and developing tonight
We are following renewed safety concerns about the Interactive Resource Center in Greensboro. Guilford County Chairman Skip Alston held a special meeting Monday to talk about solutions. Today, several concerned citizens voiced their concerns about those using the center at a city council meeting. WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman explains how leaders are working to address those concerns.
That's right, Sydney. There were enough complaints coming to commissioners and city council members that Chairman Skip Alston wanted to do something about it. Residents in Greensboro say they don't want the IRC to close. They just want to feel safe while living and working nearby. Greensboro's Interactive Resource Center serves as a safe space for the city's homeless community. Recently, Guilford County Chairman Skip Alston says there have been several complaints flooding his inbox, lots of them about the IRC. He says the most alarming complaint on his radar was that Guilford County EMS is reluctant to respond to calls in the area due to the safety of first responders.
They did not want to go over to the IRC without a police escort.
But it's not just paramedics who are worried about their safety. People living in the area say concerns about the IRC are inching closer and closer to nearby streets of homes and businesses.
They want to be able to go to work. They want to be able to get out of their car without somebody coming up to them.
The issue was a topic at Tuesday's city council meeting. Several of the people who spoke own property near the IRC.
I've witnessed drugs, violence, stabbings.
We have people who park their cars and sleep on the property.
We do not have good leadership at the IRC.
And for 8 years, we've tried to work with them, and things have not worked.
Trash is terrible, but the last thing that this conversation about is the trash.
Chairman Alston shared some solutions, one of them being amped up security. He says both Greensboro Police and the Guilford County Sheriff's Office may eventually hire off-duty law enforcement officers.
Let's look at that budget and see how we might be able to put together a plan based on what you have to spend and based on my manpower being able to provide service to the IRC.
He says other solutions consist of changing how the IRC does safe parking, where people can park their car.
Yes. So, I don't know if I paused anything else. I was just wanting to kind of give us an update and bring us all to speed where we're at. The IRC has gotten unarmed security that is not acceptable to the area. If everyone over there is armed to the teeth, what the security that they have, what sense does that make? And this is where we started off at, and the goalposts have been moved backwards to accommodate the IRC. And again, that's not acceptable. Real people's lives are in danger, whether it's EMS workers or people who live or work in that area. And so, again, that's where I wanted to recenter this conversation to.
Yeah, so I'll just say briefly that actually the discussion in the budget was never for armed security. It was always for unarmed security because we did not have the police power to be there 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, and neither does the sheriff's department. If the sheriff wants to engage and have that discussion where he may have additional officers, that's fine. We did say that the police department would be doing more frequent ride-bys now because the bridge has been repaired, but it was never that it would be armed security. That was not the money that we approved, which was about $220,000, I believe. That was for 3 officers throughout the day. But that they would have the ability to reach out to GPD pretty quickly if they were in a situation where they needed backup. We've also talked about putting metal detectors in over at the IRC, and I don't know where we are on that. I know we were looking at some metal detectors that may have been taken out of Tanger Center. Some of them are being deployed elsewhere. Trey, do you want to?
Yes, ma'am. The last I spoke with the IRC, the director as well as their board chair, they were not in favor of utilizing that option, but I told them that we are available and ready to assist as much as we can.
I'm sorry that they're not in favor of it, but I think that we need to be a little bit more aggressive on that we are in favor of it. We'll provide them with the metal detectors, but if there are issues, and we've heard about issues of weapons in the building, then that's at least one step we can take.
And if I could say, I noticed at the end of time, if I could just belabor the point, I understand that you are saying, and you matter as the mayor, as the lead executive of the city, as well as Mr. Wilson. If we set the bar low, if we know that there are people armed with guns, why do we have unarmed security? When someone shoots someone, they're not going to wait around for someone to call the police and the police to come. That has to be there immediately. And if they're not there, then the person absconds, they leave the area, they leave the state, then that's a person that
So I understand your position. What I'm telling you is we don't have officers that we can have there 365 days a year.
And to
The
that
sheriff said he does not have officers that he can have 365 days a year. So that was a compromise.
And to that point, the security that they got bids from, they gave them bids for armed and unarmed security. And I agree, the city should not bear the responsibility of providing public servants to provide security for a private business. So that should be on their business. But if we are gifting them taxpayer money to get unarmed security, if that doubles their budget to have the appropriate security, what is money if someone gets killed? That's all I'm saying is again, no one has ever said that the bar is set at, we want unarmed security over there to be a hall monitor. No one can have any faith in someone that that just makes no sense. So again, I think that needs to be a conversation we have.
Certainly it's something that can be revisited when the next contract is up, but that they had no security there for all intents and purposes. So the fact
it was unarmed.
Well, and your time is up. So
yeah. So I'll follow up, and I thank you. And I wanted to make that on the record, so I appreciate that. Yeah. And if the dialogue continues, I appreciate it.
Well, and I was hoping that somebody from the IRC might be here tonight, especially since they are a frequent topic of conversation. But I understand they did have an event scheduled for today, so. There's no talking from the audience.
And Madam Mayor, I would say that I find it.
I wasn't.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now you've got me derailed.
You were talking about somebody being here, maybe.
Yeah.
That they would be here.
Well, go ahead. I'll interrupt you.
Kind of on your point of you were stating that you were surprised that somebody from the IRC wasn't here attending, but you understand they had an event. And to me, I find it rather disingenuous to schedule an event at the same time of a city council meeting. I was in a meeting yesterday with a group of city staff, and one of the topics that came up is that our Clean and Green group for City of Greensboro is scheduled and has to go by the IRC twice a day to help clean up after them. And I find that disingenuous and not appropriate to our city staff, especially when they're cleaning up needles and other paraphernalia. I don't understand why our city staff would have to do that. I understand, controlling the narrative and the campaign that the IRC is going on to try to change what is reality. But you build your reputation on what you do, not what you say you're going to do. And, I had a gentleman come up that's homeless, and he asked about a shower, and I said, well, what about going to the IRC? And he said, and I quote, because I don't use this term, I don't want to go to the IRC because you'll catch something down there that Ajax can't get off of you. I forgot Ajax still existed. But so the concerns still are legitimate, and the thought process of having GPD go down and for us to have that, and the fact that sitting in a meeting and our Clean and Green folks who have arguably one of the, it's a tough job.
So where I was going is we provided funding for 6 months, which was 25% of the budget, basically. And we said we would come back and look at the next 6 months. but, I don't know that they have reached out to the county for funding. And if the county is not going to match our funding, I think that the IRC needs to really look at their long-term viability and how they are going to keep that organization running. And quite frankly, if it means going back to a day shelter and getting back to what they started with, which they were extremely successful on, when they were helping people get their GEDs, get them to jobs, doing the bus passes, helping with clothes, helping with interviewing techniques, really providing those wraparound services. Maybe that's what they need to do. They need to go back to being a day center 5 days a week from 7 to 3 or whatever it is. But we need to know now what their plans are, because we're going to have to vote on another 6 months fairly soon.
I'm not there.
And so we also need to know what the county's contribution is. So I would like somebody to check with the IRC to see if they've reached out to the county, what type of reception they've had. Because quite frankly, if they haven't, we can't just throw another 6 months worth of money after them, which is still only another 25%. So I really think we need to have those answers now. And if they're not going to get adequate funding to be a 24/7 drop-in center, then I think it's best for them to go back to being the day center.
I agree. Madam Mayor rode through the other day, just yesterday. I saw no security, period. So I don't know when they're coming. And to be honest, one person, one security, can't handle all that population, because it's a lot of folk over there. And Sunday when I rode through, there was a couple cars on the street. The lady had her trunk up, and she's handing out food. But she wasn't even on the property. She was on the street side. And I understand people need to eat. I'm not saying that they can't eat, but it seems like to me people don't even feel like they can go on the property. They're doing things off the property. And I'm personally I think a day center is better, because right now I want to know, who are you helping? Because I see the same people over and over and over. How are you helping them? Who are you helping? How are you getting them resources? And it just doesn't seem like it's moving. And I'm not at the point where I think we need to keep spending money there when we've got some other concerns. You go to a day center and they get back on track, but right now it's out of control. And I've had a security person who has a company reach out to me and say he would be a consultant to them to get them to understand the type of security they need to have. And so people are wanting to assist and wanting to help, but they don't feel welcome for the help coming in. That's the other problem, too. So I just
Mayor, to your question, and I think there's a lot of question regarding coordination and if the IRC has reached out to the county. We have a meeting tomorrow set with the county management office with Victor Isler and a few other folks. The COC should be represented tomorrow, and that's set with the IRC executive director. So I'll provide council with updates after that meeting, and we'll have these discussions as it relates to where they are moving forward. The objective is to talk about what the city is funding, as well as what the county is funding, and what the requests are moving forward, and how they're progressing along with their plan that they presented to the city just a few months ago.
Mr. Davis, when did that invite go out?
I have to look back at my calendar, but it should be just recently.
Has the executive director of the IRC confirmed her attendance?
As of earlier, no, but I can go back and look again. I'm not sure.
How often do you try to meet with leadership at the IRC?
We've had several different meetings between city staff. I know the county staff, at the request of council a while back, we wanted to make sure that there was better coordination from our management offices and the IRC, because of the number of services and the different services that we may be funding. But we've met with the IRC on several different occasions. Myself, I'm looking at Assistant City Manager McCray and Assistant City Manager Davis to have some discussions.
Mr. Davis, has the leadership of IRC ever canceled meetings with you?
There have been changes in times, yes.
You're being very politically correct. Has the IRC ever postponed or canceled meetings abruptly or not attended meetings that were scheduled and confirmed?
There have been times that there were confusions in meeting times or meeting times.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir.
Well, we need to know what our long-term plans are.
Yes.
And yeah, I'll be curious to see how your meeting concludes tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we move on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion or? Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. I assume nothing is being removed. Council, please vote. Okay, that passes 9-0. We have no public hearing items on the agenda. We have no business items on the agenda. Our next meeting, we are slammed, so be prepared for the next meeting. Do we have any board appointments, Sharon?
Yes, I do have one. Mr. Kevin Truitt to the War Memorial. Well, it's no longer the War Memorial. What is it?
It still is.
I'm sorry, I'm getting so many people talking. What you saying, Nancy?
Yeah, it is still the War Memorial.
Okay, good, okay.
Who do you want to appoint?
His name is Kevin Truitt, Truitt.
He's replacing who?
He's not actually replacing. Well, he's replacing Carlos Townsend, who resigned almost a year ago, to tell you the truth. So,
okay.
And he lives in the Bimbo Park neighborhood. So.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously.
That completes my vacancies.
Hugh? Zach? Mary Kay?
None.
Mayor Pro Tem? Goldie? Tammy?
No vacancies, but I would like to ask that we have a discussion about how we move forward with participatory budgeting commission and make some decisions on that, if we could put that on a work schedule.
Okay. Nancy? Okay, and I have none either. Brief comments. I think I'm going to start. Last week, I attended an event Thursday night called Salute to Heroes, and it's put on by the Red Cross, and it was emceed by Kenny Beck with WXII, and it was about ordinary people doing extraordinary things. And they had a number of community people who received awards for their heroism in public safety. They also gave an award to Sergeant Dale Nix and to paramedic A.G. Haymore. And A.J. Haymore was on scene when the shooting took place, when Sergeant Nix was killed. And WXII has done a segment which I think will be played in November. And they spoke to the people who got awards, and Haymore said he didn't want to be interviewed because he was just doing his job. And he didn't do anything special or above and beyond. And, I think that is the way that most of our public safety people feel, that they're just doing their job. It was very lucky, it was very fortuitous that he was there on site. And the one thing that came up was paramedics and fire department, they often co-respond, but they usually stand back until the shooting has stopped and the police say that the scene is secured. That did not happen that night. He went right to Dale Nix to attend to him, not knowing if the shooter was still on site or if he was in any danger. So we haven't heard a lot about him and others who are on site. So it was a really good service. And when we find out when in November it'll be broadcast on WXII, I think it's something that we all want to see. The Firefighter Memorial is coming up this Saturday at 2 o'clock in Green Hill Cemetery, and it is a very nice event that was started up about 3 years ago. It had not been done, I think, in a couple of decades, and it just recognizes the acts of heroism and bravery every day of our fire department. While I was at the Salute to Heroes, there was something interesting. Troy Powell was there. Troy, is in our code enforcement, and he had on a shirt that said fire chief. He is a fire chief for a volunteer fire department, and his department received some awards for a life save that they had done. So it's interesting to see what our employees do in their spare time. I don't know anybody else who in their spare time is a fire chief, but we got one. I think that's where it was. And then today, Sharon alluded to early that we did naming rights for the Coliseum tonight. And it will be First Horizon Coliseum, and you'll start seeing signs go up. And this was one of the things that OVG had pledged to do. There are 3 things on their bullet list that they wanted to accomplish in the next 2 years, and they were able to accomplish that in the last 3 months, which is pretty exciting. And why does that matter to the public who might be watching this? And it's because those naming rights, those were expensive dollars, and they go right to the bottom line. And with the money that OVG is able to raise, it helps offset the amount of money that we have to transfer from the general fund. This is a 10-year contract. It's $1 million a year with an escalator clause. So most of that money will go towards offsetting the general fund transfer that we would normally make. So that is really good news for residents that live in Greensboro, because we know that most of the people who go to the Coliseum don't live in the city of Greensboro. We have over 1 million, I think it's 1.3 million that come through the Coliseum every year. Many of those are from outside of Guilford County. And it is up to our taxpayers to maintain that building. So this is a way that will help offset some of that property tax revenue. That's all I have. Again, I also do want to thank all of the organizations throughout Greensboro and Guilford County who are pulling together to get supplies to send to Western North Carolina. I have been in contact with the mayor of Asheville. I spoke with her right after the event, and I can tell you, I think everybody was in stunned disbelief, the devastation that happened. They have a really long road ahead of them. As their roads washed out, many of them took water and sewer lines with them. So not only are they going to have to rebuild roads, they're going to have to rebuild their water and sewer infrastructure, which is a huge undertaking, very expensive, and they're having trouble. And I know that the city of Greensboro is helping them source the pipes that they need, the size pipes and the type of pipes that they want. So they're going to have a really long recovery. And, I know that we will stick with them through this recovery, as will most of the people in North Carolina. I'll tell you one thing that we do really well in Greensboro and in North Carolina is we rise to adversity. And, we are going to be beside them and help them get back to where they were just last week before this happened. Any other comments? Hey, Shay, you got any comments? Inside joke.
Inside joke. Actually, I do have a couple things. I want to let everyone know about, well, first, congratulations to First Horizon. I did get a couple of calls today that said, why do we take Greensboro out of the name? Because people know us and won't know who First Horizon is. And I said, well, maybe we can say at least First Horizon of Greensboro Coliseum. So I'm throwing that in just as an aside, because we are known all across the country. Secondly, there is a outreach event, MWBE outreach event. It's called Building Relationships. It is on the 14th of October, so that Monday before we have our council meeting. It's from 7:30 p.m. It's at Union Square. So I want to make everyone aware. And what that's about is talking about all the projects the city has. It's where we are telling everyone these are projects that are coming out as a forecast of projects so that our MWB contractors get information about what's up and coming, learning how to prepare for those types of jobs and occupations. Is something that we're going to be doing a lot more of because a lot of times our smaller companies don't know the things that are occurring. So, Mr. Watt, just wanted to make you aware of that. Mr. Wilson, I was going to text you. Do you want to tap on the discussion we had about JD, or do you want to wait? I know I'm pushing.
That is part of a larger discussion, and I owe a communication to each council member with regard to several projects. So I will make my way around. If you'd give me some grace and give me a chance to do that this week, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, I'll give you a little bit of grace on that. I know I said I would, but I wanted to make sure that we had this discussion early enough on so people can understand the path we're going down with John Demery. But Chris will speak to each of you all, let you know exactly what our plans are. So, thank you.
I'll be happy to. We have a few projects and a few opportunities that I'd like to share with you all, so I'll make my way around.
No. So, okay. That's all.
I did forget to mention one thing. While we came back from closed session, we did not finish our discussion, so it is our intention to reconvene Friday at 1 o'clock. So if you would mark your calendars, and we'll finish that closed session on Friday. Goldie?
To encourage, well, I guess let people know, especially in districts 1 and 2 on the 22nd, there will be a special meeting of the council to discuss the Bingham Park. And I know some have thought that the decision was made months ago about what would happen at Bingham Park, and it was not. So on the 22nd, there will be a discussion, and the possible solutions will be given to the council at that time, and decisions will be made.
Thanks, Cody, because I forgot that too.
Zach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just sent Angie and actually you and maybe Chris. I have a conflict tomorrow, so if you'll get it back up with me, okay. Downtown, we're going to have a trailer at the 300 block in between the View and now Chandler's to collect items for Western North Carolina to take. I know a lot of folks are doing a lot of things, and as the mayor said, I'm not sure we can all do enough. And so we'll be pushing that out to try to garner as many items as we can, as much as they need and we can do. And I think that's it.
What'd you say, Zach?
It'll be at the 300 block. It's a Still and Bone trailer that they donated So you can't really miss it. So it's near Chandler's is where the Green Bean was formerly located.
Okay.
So right there across from the city lot.
Okay. That was the other thing, Chris, that you and I kind of talked about, is the city doing some type of donation drive to help our sister city up in the west that we could do, because they're going to need a lot, as Zach just said too, baby supplies as well, and I've had some minority contractors reach out to me, and I don't know how we can connect them, but they want to go up and offer, they do electrical, they do plumbing and heating, so they want to be able to assist as well. So we can get some contacts there, so we can connect those individuals too.
Yeah.
So everybody's reaching out and really want to help.
I agree, and thank you, because that gives me an opportunity to say this. I think it's helpful. So a couple things. Yes, I agree with the donations. Actually, Zach and I had connected, so I knew that he was going to lead that piece. Guilford Works is doing one, and we still stand ready to join any other effort because it's important, and you were kind enough to send me some of those. The second thing I'll say is I know everybody wants to help, and it really, in the wake of tragedy, it's a real bright spot to see how the community's reached out. I have received hundreds of messages of people wanting to help, and what I would say is the area is so overwhelmed from need that it has been very difficult to even establish shelters and distribution. Even airspace is a little crowded right now because this was utter chaos, and it's a very tough terrain to work with. So we're working closely with the state, and the state has a system by which they make requests for certain needs, i.e., the mayor mentioned the water and sewer infrastructure, and that's how we were able to determine who to send, what to send, and what was needed when we got there. So I would ask everyone to continue to stand ready. We will get information out as that becomes available, specifically to what you said, where folks are willing to make themselves available to help rebuild. The NC Emergency Management System actually has a website where they are taking application, or not application, I should say, I'm losing the word, but interest forms, so that they stand on a list that can be pulled from as these needs come up and as we get organized. So I'll send that information to you all if you would be kind enough to share that as folks are asking to assist. But I promise what will happen is in the days and weeks and months to come, we will continue to have need well beyond this initial wave. So I'll keep you informed as we continue to get that information. And we have a good friend at NC Emergency Management, which is Don Campbell, who we all worked with for years at the county, who is staying in touch with us.
We've spoken about the folks that have gone up to the western part of North Carolina to assist. I also want to acknowledge our Metro 911 operators who are here in town and handling, I believe, 6 counties worth of calls, Chris? It might be more than that.
I think it's 10.
If they're located here, these people were already stretched and overworked, and they're here in Greensboro answering the 911 calls coming out of these counties that were so drastically affected. So I wanted to acknowledge those operators as well.
Thank you.
Other than that,
It is
I don't
6.
have anything, Mayor.
I'm sorry. It is 6. I think initially we started out with more. One county came back online today. But thank you for mentioning that. I failed to, I think, in my initial report. But, yeah, that's a lot. And they are handling it so very well. And that's in addition to the huge call volume they have. And, of course, we're joining several other folks who are stepping up to help. But, yeah, one county got back online today, so that's good. I should say that Black Mountain has one more water pipe in place. And although these are very small things in the wake of the tragedy, they are steps forward, and so I want to celebrate that.
And I also want to acknowledge that my understanding is that our fire department rescued a 9-year-old boy that was stuck in the mud waist deep and couldn't get out. And our fire department was able to save that young man's life. And it's really touching to know that our family, our extended Greensboro family, is making such a huge difference.
Mary Kay?
I think most everything has been mentioned about all of our resources for those in our western counties. And, you know, I really want to think about when they return, because they're going to see some things they wish they hadn't seen. I do know with over, I believe now it's 500 people missing. It was up to 1,000, and I believe that has come down. That, I grieve for those that are not going to be found well. So I want to think about those who are helping assist and rescue people. We hear the wonderful stories, and then I know that there are going to be a lot of people who are found who did not make it through. And I'm glad Tammy mentioned the 911. You know, our water resources sending tanks, police officers, the ATV team, everyone, fire department, of course. And I was driving back from Raleigh, actually, and we saw all of the utility electricity trucks and with generators. And, I mean, it was amazing. I wish I'd gotten pictures, but generators and heating units and things that all of the people there are going to need. So thanks to all the people who are rushing up there. They really need it. Of course, the naming of the Coliseum. And last meeting, I failed to mention about the powwow that was held at the park September 20th, 21st, and 22nd. You know, put it on your calendars for next year, because it's truly amazing. The Guilford Native American Association puts it on every year. This was the 47th anniversary of the powwow, and it was phenomenal. You would it's just amazing seeing everything and seeing all the children that come through, and they're learning about their culture. So that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Hugh?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of things. One is, at our last council meeting, we did pre-announce that Chief Gerald from the fire department would be retiring that following day. Many of us were there in attendance. It was a great celebration and appreciation for Chief Gerald and the time that he's committed to the Greensboro Fire Department and the City of Greensboro. And I just want to say congratulations again on his retirement. We've mentioned already about the First Horizon Bank. I'm just excited to see that economic development piece. It's another feather in the cap of Greensboro to have the naming of our Coliseum, and excited about additional future announcements coming from the Coliseum and OVG. As it relates to Hurricane Helene, and we've talked about all the good work that has gone into sending folks into western North Carolina with the devastation there. I also want to say I want to thank our city staff, our interim city manager, Chris Wilson, and the assistant city managers, and the entire staff for the plan and preparation that maybe a lot of folks might not have seen, but the planning and preparation that would have prepared us for the type of storm that actually hit western North Carolina. I've always known that the best kind of plan or business continuity plan is the one that you don't have to activate. And this time we didn't have to activate it, but it very easily could have been us. So I want to say, in addition to the work that you've done in making sure that those impacted in western Carolina are being seen for, I want to say thank you for preparing us and having us really ready, just in case that storm would have, instead of turning left, would have kept straight forward and come into our community. I also want to say that an upcoming event, the Greensboro Housing Coalition is hosting our annual housing summit next Thursday, October 10th, at the Greensboro Coliseum. I'm sorry, the First Horizon. Gosh, already, right?
Right.
Next Thursday, and very excited about that. And then also this past weekend, I was really excited and really satisfied to attend the Greek Festival on Friendly Avenue. I will tell you that There was so much entertainment, there was so much food, and if I can say good food, or can I say great food, that it was really an exciting activity, and I was really excited to be there, and was welcomed with open arms. And last but not least, I will say that to the family of Cynthia Coleman, one of our Greensboro own, our Greensboro GC Jack commissioners, I do send prayers of comfort and strength to her family as they're going through this very difficult time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I did forget to make some board appointments, and it's actually for the Cultural Arts Board. And so these are just reappointments. Katina Bergiven, Juliet Bianco, Leanne Little, Victoria Milstein, and Janine Robolito. We have a motion to just reappoint them all.
So let me ask you a question. I had a concern about those appointments in the beginning, that I didn't feel my district had the representation. Are we just continuing what we did in the beginning?
I was just asked to do these reappointments, that they're currently sitting on the commission and their time has expired.
How many years is it for? Is it, ma'am?
All districts were represented. Every district had two
Well,
reps on
initially
board.
that was a concern for me because no, it wasn't, and it's really still not. If it's the same.
Well, I think we need to get the current list because I was involved in the initial group, and we very clearly were intentional about having two members of that commission from each district.
I don't.
And they were appointed in 2021, so they've been for.
I do not. And
You're saying that you have no representation now?
I talked to the one individual that was put on there that I didn't even know her at all, and I don't think I've had a conversation since.
Well, we didn't.
I don't know how y'all report out or when you meet.
Council didn't make did not make those choices.
Right, and that was the other concern.
Well, I think that they wanted to be very intentional of background and experience, but also that we had two people from each district. Let me look at the roster.
I do not.
Well, I need to make these appointments this evening, and I have a second from Mary Kay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
I oppose.
That passes 8-1. Mr. Interim City Manager?
The only thing that I'll add, and certainly appreciate everything that you all brought up, we sent you some information, or Trey sent you some information earlier that just outlined the Department of Justice 2024 COPS hiring program grant, and that's going to give the City of Greensboro about $3.7 million that will allow us to add 30 new police positions over a 3-year span. So I thought I'd just lift that up again in case it's in your inbox.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney?
Before you recess, I have no comments.
Okay, yes. So we have to recess this meeting until Friday at 1 o'clock for the purpose of going into a closed session. Well, we'll meet in here like we do and then go in closed session. So do I have a second for that? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 9-0.